Ahoy, landlubbers! It's me, your Captain Vasco speaking, and welcome to. I mean, it's Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. I can't say for sure whether it will be the last or the penultimate or the. There's a name for like the penultimate, right? I want to say it's like demi penultimate or something stupid like that. The point being that it is now Friday, September 2nd, 2022. And at this point, if you weren't here last week, we've suddenly encountered many endings in rapid succession, and it feels like we've closed off so many paths, essentially all of the paths, that we must be very close to the end of the game. At the very end of the last stream, I needed someplace to save the game, and it's good that I did that, because this game really interacts, like, weirdly with rest mode. As I pointed out somewhat unintentionally at a certain point in the run, I, like, went to, like, check the save file and was like, oh, it says I played for, like, 99, 99, 99 hours, like, just infinite. But the reality is, it just seems like the game is running even in rest mode, which I feel like it shouldn't be doing. I feel like that's not how most games run rest mode. But I mean, it did help with something that isn't important, but it did help. Anyway, thank you for the 61-month resub. Thank you very much for your continued support of the channel. The last half hour of work was super tiring. At least it's done now. It's a holiday weekend here in the US. Do you have the day off on Monday, or does your job not apply in that way? I never know. But yeah, like, I don't know how to begin, like, recapping where we're at. Like, everything has happened. So, we've unmasked Tuxedo Mask, and it turns out, it was Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man all along. As the game not so subtly implied on the one branch of the story that remains unfinished at this time. At least one point in the story, we were playing as a Mizuki who is not Mizuki, who instead has a heart condition, which suggests it's the only character in the whole story with a heart condition, which was Tuxedo Mask. And upon venturing down the branch of history where we reunite Lien and Kizuna in the 6 years future present, so that they may live happily ever after. After we punch a bunch of guys and hit them with pipes and things, someone cracked her mask off, and it was just also Mizuki, and apparently, like, she was Big Sis, which was like what I had suspected for a while. But, like, also she is Quartz, a character mentioned in passing, like, twice in the game that doesn't seem relevant to anything that's happened thus far. Like a criminal cohort of Lien's from his criminal past. Unclear if that will ever matter, or if that was from an earlier draft of the game, or something. But, like, for the moment, it just felt like that was kind of tacked on. Then we went back into Lien's dream and went down the other path, where instead of trying to reunite him and Kizuna, we forced him to open the locked freezer in Gen's restaurant, Brahmin, which, as I had stated repeatedly, not so jokingly, throughout the course of the game, that there was a dead body in it, or more specifically, like, half a dead body. The weird thing about it wasn't just half of any old body. It was like half of the dead body of Jin Fudore, who is Chikara and Tokiko's illegitimate love child, who they... You know what? I've actually only in this moment just realized why I've been kind of annoyed about that revelation. So, like, in the first Somnium Files game, there was, like, the whole thing where they spend the game being like, I promise you that, like, Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse has nothing to do with Renju Okiura. I promise, I swear to God, it's just completely unrelated to Renju Okiura. And then you get to a certain point in the game and he's like, yeah, actually, not only did I previously own that, but I sold it to someone in the worst business deal I've ever heard of, where they weren't allowed to do any business with it, but were obliged to like pay the utility costs of running a cold storage warehouse. But its only purpose was to store the corpse of my friend who died in high school. And like, it just felt like, I mean, at a certain point it feels like, I mean, you lied about it, right? Like, you just lied. You spent like a whole bunch of time in the game with characters like specifically misinforming me about like the basic truths pertaining to an element of the mystery. And in this game we find something similar, because like there's Jin Fudore, who's the first victim, and you like learn almost nothing about him, which like probably should have been a red flag in and of itself. But this game has a way of just deflecting everything and making nothing seem important by nature of nothing being important. But the thing that bothers me about it is that like we really gradually learn these cryptic facts about like Tokiko having a child. Like early on we sync with her, and like there's like 2 people in her dream, and like neither one of them is her kid. And then like we examine her dead body with our like investigation mode, and there's like evidence that she had a kid at some point that isn't like registered to the Japanese family register. And then like at a certain point someone just like wanders up to us and tells us like, oh, like their love child was adopted. You see, Chikara made Tokiko give up their son so that, like, in exchange for a position of power in the ideological society known as Nizet laws. And it's like, oh, like, that feels relevant. Like, maybe she has, like, a grudge about the fact that she was, like, distanced from her child or whatever. It's like, no. Garbage. Lies. None of that. What ends up being true is that, like, Chikara forced her to put Jin up for adoption, but then, like, they were basically his parents the whole time. Like, I don't know if there were other parents or if they lied about that too, but, like, the timeline of events they give after you, like, learn that, like, Jin is their child and is, like, wearing the terror mask is that, like, they just, like, raised him in a secret bunker. Like, there's... None of it seems to mesh with, like, the things that were told to us previously. It's maddening, like so many other things in the game. But yeah, at a certain point we, like, confront Terror and Tokiko in the same warehouse we ended the first game in, and, like, Date shoots off exactly half of his mask, which is inherently suspicious. And the half of Terror's face that we see looks like Jin Fudore, or so the game tells us, because he's aged 6 years and is wearing, like, a plague doctor outfit, so you, like, can't really tell by looking at him. But we later find out in an alternate history that it's not actually Jin Fudore, it's probably Uru Somizuki, the child who, like, mysteriously disappeared from Iowan, the orphanage run by Richi Chieda. And they kidnapped Uru because he was genetically similar enough to Jin that they could harvest all of his organs and give them to Jin, who had a rare fictional disease known as half-body tumors. At least I'm assuming it's fictional, because it does sound like a cartoon disease. And, yeah, so, like, apparently, like, Uru's whole life was the suffering of being, like, surgery upon, and, like, Jin was just, like, hanging out with a % birthmark on him that somehow didn't found the order of %, but is, like, super... Like, I'm confused about that timeline, but we'll probably get into that later. I assume we'll learn something about the order of %, and it won't just be, like, a random footnote on this game, but I could very well be mistaken. I mean, all this is to say is, we somehow got, like, a huge info dump, and, like, none of it really solved the mystery. Like, there's a little bit of confusion about the whole Uru-Jin thing, because, like, they're kind of both the same person in a certain way, like... You know, genetically, like, half of Jin's body is, like, kind of Uru's, but not really. And then we found, like, all these halves of both of their bodies, which somehow implies that, like, both of them are dead, but we definitely know one of them's alive. I'm pretty sure that, like, at some point, like, Uru, like, killed Jin and, like, took his place and, like, didn't tell anyone about it. Just, like, just put on one of those stupidly convincing Mission Impossible masks that Date apparently wears all the time. And speaking of Date, he was alive even though we saw him get squished by a boulder, and now he's around in the present and was like disguising himself as Gen so that we could have a confusing action sequence that like wasn't really necessary, but like the fans wanted it because we could have another shootout at Golden Yokocho with like a vending machine filled with pornography. Yeah, I mean, like, there's just so much information, and the thing is that where we ended up at the end of the day, and I'll catch up with chat in a second, where we ended up at the end of the day is the flow chart, is that we've now done everything. We've done all of the, like, ends to all of the paths that are available to us, except one. And the weird thing is that, like, instead of going back to this timeline and sort of picking up where we left off, which is kind of how this has worked in all the existing Uchikoshi games, including Somnium Files 1, like, instead of hopping back in, when I, like, tried to go in there to save, the game was like, oh yeah, like, something like commune with spirits, and then you, like, go in there, and then, like, Mama talks to you for a while, and is like, oh, hi there. I bet you're wondering how we all got here. Hey, do you know who Terror is? And that was where I saved because it was the first time the game would let me save, and we'd been playing for like 4 hours. But yeah, we've got a little bit less than half the clock running for will Vasco's resolve be tested. As I said, I think last week, we're just gonna leave that. We're just gonna keep running that back until we finish this game, because the closer we get to the end of the game, the more likely it is that the answer will be no again. Let's check in with chat real quick and then get started with, like, just, I don't even, whatever. Cool, have Monday off. That's good to hear, Anime. All of that sounds bad. All of the micromanagement and miscommunication. It's all the stuff that every office has and shouldn't. I feel like we should be more evolved, but we live in 2022 instead. We live in the dark timeline where Komeiji and Shoma make up, but the serial killer's on the loose and nobody stops him. That's the timeline we live in. Yeah, this is the thing that's throwing me off currently, Ditto, is the, like, I tried tracking this to some extent, and I feel like I have a slightly better understanding of the Jin and Uru timeline, but, like, we definitely seem to be able to account for, like, at least 3 dead halves of 2 people, and it seems odd that that doesn't mean that they're both dead, or at least that it's strongly implied that they're not both dead. Now, that could mean that the cloning I've long suspected was part of this game will come into play, or something, like they fabricated another half and figured out the fusing 2 halves of people together thing, or whatever. But yeah, that's where we're at, or more specifically, this is where we're at. We're talking to Mama, but we do have, I changed over our eyebally since last week. This took more effort than I wanted, but we got there. Where's your favorite wine from? I mean, it's sort of a trick question because I don't drink alcohol, but for the purposes of this discussion, if it's not from the Champagne region of France, it's just sparkling old juice. France is famous for wine. So much variety, but they're all good. Thanks, boss. No, sorry, you just missed the recap, and I don't think I did a very good job of it, but, like, there was a lot of information to try and cover, and some of it currently feels like it maybe conflicts with itself. I'm hoping for some answers soon, and not expecting answers. I think that's where I'm at. I think that's, like, a healthy place to be. So who is Terra? So it's a little bit tricky, because I feel like the game is purposefully misleading. I'm not exactly sure why. Because you go down the branch we're currently on. The first one we hit at the end of this timeline. And, you know, that's the one where Date shoots off Terror's mask and you see Jin's face. And then you're like, oh my god, it's Jin Furore! And then, you know, a lot of the other stuff seems to more strongly suggest that it's Uru Somizuki, who was sort of indoctrinated into Nizet Law's simulation theory stuff and, like, wanted to impress Tokiko because he wanted his mom to love him, and the only mom he ever knew was Tokiko, and it's complicated and weird. There is a point literally on... I don't know. I guess the thing is that, like, two of the different timelines, I think, literally contradict each other, at least in what they show and tell you. Because, like, one is, like, it's Jin! And the other one, I think there's literally a line of dialogue that says, like, Uru Somizuki is Terror. I think Terror is Uru, but, like, it is genuinely confusing. Which, like, I don't know if that's supposed to be, like, interesting that it's not clear. I somehow don't feel like we've set up for or earned, like, ambiguity at this point. I feel like it is important for us to know before what I'm presuming is a return to the past moment where we go back to 6 years ago. Like, here's my broad prediction, and I think I started hinting at this a little bit at the end of the last stream, which was like, I think we're gonna talk to Mama, and for some reason she's gonna channel the spirits and tell us the null number, which might be the least satisfying way that immediately comes to mind that I learn that information. And then we go back to 6 years ago to the conversation where we're asked if we know the null number and whether we are a Freyer. And once we input it, we will get a new branch of the story that is not visible here. And I think we will have to play that in the past to completion until we hit some sort of dead end where the case is unsolved. And then we will revert to the present and have to finally finish this timeline that we're on now. The one that we don't seem to be able to progress, like, directly through now. That is my supposition. There's a lot of what happens in the middle of that I still have no idea about. But my understanding is that Terror is Uru, I think.
Right. Uru. We know he killed at least 3 people.
But, like, the weird thing... Well, there's, like, a lot of weird things. We're talking about a serial killer who uses a giant bread slicer to cut people in half. But, like, it is also weird that, like, presumably all of the kidnapping of Uru and the harvesting of his organs and all that, which somehow didn't kill him, which is, like, a big, huge question mark that we've just all decided to, like, make peace with. But, like, it's a big, fairly large plot hole, I think, that he's not dead. Because, like, he should be missing a bunch of organs, and at some point one of those is probably pretty important. But, like, in addition to how just bananas that is, like, Jin's also dead. But, like, also Tokiko is, like, still working with Terror? Or supporting him in some way? Like, it's all pretty confusing still.
Jin Furue, Chikara Horadori.
You're just saying words now.
Andes Komeiji. But why did he kill them? What was his goal?
Okay, which 3 are you saying are confirmed? Like, frankly, like, to be totally honest with you, I don't feel like we've firmly established this. I think this is kind of new information. I'm sorry, Ditto. I missed that redemption. Give me one moment, and I will give you your diamond. I do apologize. I'm trying to, like, actually play the game, but I'm also trying to give context so that we're all on the same page at the start of this streaming weekend. It's kind of a lot for my brain to do at this point in my existence. It's not a good excuse. It's just, regrettably, the truth. Okay, that should have applied. Yeah, arguably, I mean terrible, spelled like the word tier. But like, I guess this is kind of part of the confusion too. Is like, because it's been until this precise moment, like, somewhat ambiguous as to whether Jin or Uru is entirely responsible, or if they're both partially responsible for all the half-body killings and all the nonsense of this game. Like, I don't think we have the context to know who did what when. It's similar to how at the end of the first game, like, at a certain point, they kind of break down the timeline of who is in which body at what point. And, like, we haven't had that moment yet. So for Mama to just be like, so we know he specifically killed these 3 people, even though, like, Tokiko's body also showed up and, like, some other stuff happened. Like, I guess that's true. You know, it was probably to build schools in Africa, frankly. I mean, weirdly, it's supposed to be for the Nirvana Initiative, right? But, like, to get revenge, like, kind of fits. Like, we know from the diary that we've, like, assigned authorship to Uru that he didn't like Chikara, which makes sense because Chikara is, like, terrible. Like, Jin Furore was, like, the object of Tokiko's love that he resented, which we know from the Somnium with terror. And Andy's Komeiji, like, stole the body of Jin Furore, which we know from the Gen and Amame ending, which was also very bad. I mean, I know that the game wants us to say that it's for Nirvana, but I'm just thinking it through. And it's weird how very specifically these confirmed victims are, like, all people he had, like, an actual personal grudge against. It further, like, muddies the water. Because, like, it's just, like, there's just, like, a lot of stuff that's ambiguous at this point in the story in a way that I don't think is, like, the good kind of ambiguous, like a story that's open-ended and leaves you asking, like, thought-provoking questions. I feel like we're like doing the, like, I'm just not actually sure you thought all this through part of the game. I mean, I'm gonna pick Nirvana Initiative, but, like, it feels very weirdly conspicuous that, like, revenge honestly fits every case.
That's right. The Nirvana Initiative. The loony plan to have humans reach moksha.
Would you care to explain why you know what that is?
That's why Uru killed the 3 of them.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of splitting hairs, anime. I don't think he had a grudge against Minecraft Man until he became a pawn that knew too much. Right, but think of it this way. Is like, you only want revenge against someone once they did something, and he did something. He took Jin Fudore's body, and clearly, based on what we know, that was very important to him. He still doesn't have the body, he still hasn't been able to display it, he doesn't know where it is. Seems weird to have killed the Minecraft Man without at least trying to extract that information first. But, like, he did a thing specifically to harm Terror, and it is a thing that would have formed a personal grudge. Ergo, I feel like revenge still fits. It's just not revenge before everything happened, but, like, I don't think that's a meaningful distinction. It's still vengeance-worthy.
We can put aside the little details for now.
Oh, let's do that. Does someone have complex motives? Are we gonna get to that later?
The most concerning aspect of the whole thing is the time difference. The left and right sides of the victims were found 6 years apart.
Yeah, but they had weird times of death.
Regarding the first victim, the facts are already in. 6 years ago, on February 10th, Jin Furuwe's body fell from the ceiling of Devaita. And this year, 5 days ago, also on the 10th, Uru Somizuki's left half was found at the stadium, not Jin's. Plastic surgery and complete organ transplants. It fooled the investigators into thinking they were the same person. But what about the other victims? Chikara, Komeiji, Tokiko. How do you explain those three? You have good intuition. You might already know.
Don't give me credit, Mama. Your game is insane. Because Professor Brown created a time machine? Oh man, that's funny. I mean, it has to be the bottom one, right? But like, I think I'm gonna become mad. I feel like if you believe in the simulation theory, at least in relation to this game, the top one kind of works. I don't think Ryuki and Mizuki were hallucinating is relevant. And you know what? If it turns out that it's because Doc Brown created a time machine, like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay just ignoring this whole game and it just, like, becoming Back to the Future. Like, that seems like... that seems acceptable. I mean, like, there are parts of the timeline that don't seem to be in the right order. However... You're gonna have a really hard time convincing me that, like, all of this was according to plan and very cleverly laid out. I don't think you've laid the groundwork for that. The funny thing is, like, that's what I thought was happening at the start of the game, and, like, all the crap happening was like, that's not what's happening. I think I said something to that effect in one of the earlier episodes. I mean, even looking at the flowchart, it would be really hard to tell how it wants you to line these things up. But, like, it also doesn't... Like, it inherently seems problematic that the game at least lied to me and tells me that this happens on, like, day 0. Is the sync with Ryuki. Because in order for this to make any kind of sense at all, there has to be a 6-year time gap. And as long as a 6-year time gap exists at all, it feels impossible for everything else to match up correctly. What happens if we press X to look? Ellipses.
Right. In other words, it's not like that. It's like this.
Okay, I see what it wants. I see what it thinks it's doing here. I mean, obviously, this is a continuation of the, like, crisscross Hora Insta Underge puzzle, which is a very bad puzzle. But, like, it also is clearly replicating a DNA structure, which is, like, all the, you know, all the Horodori Institute is all genetics and whatever. But, like, I don't know how you would guess this, like, at all. Like, this feels arbitrary.
This is the timeline that you actually experienced.
Let me see something. If I go right now and check the flowchart, is it completely different? It's not. That doesn't feel helpful.
The red and blue lines are intertwined, almost like DNA.
See, like, I get it. I get what we're doing. I'm not convinced it's clever or good. Yeah.
You started on the red line from the top, and then followed the blue line, which led you to this point. You've traversed 4 X's.
So what you're telling me is that at some point in the future, we're gonna get a remaster of this game, and it's gonna have the chronological order cut, like Beyond Two Souls did? So, broadly speaking, Ditto says, I do not understand the implication of this. I'm not sure any of us understand the implication of this, but I'll say this. The idea is that it's not that the entirety of the time that we were playing as Ryuki, we were playing 6 years ago. We were given that perception, but instead what happened is that we played, like, the entire game in Ryuki's perspective, but some of those scenes were happening in the present and some were happening in the past. And the same goes for Mizuki. That once we started playing as Mizuki, we were playing some scenes in the present and in the past. I mean, the game is certainly being purposefully misleading. I'm willing to suspend my rage, not my disbelief, my rage, for how dumb this might be. This feels a lot closer to the ending of Zero Time Dilemma than I want it to be. But, like, I guess the thing that annoys me about this is that, like, I really feel like very early on I said I thought something like this could be possible and could be interesting, but then, like, none of the things that ever happened made it feel like that was possible. And so I sort of abandoned that, and now they're like, no, look how clever it is. And it's like, what? It would have been clever if you, like, did it right? Huh?
The left side is 6 years ago, and the right side is this year. To make things easier, we'll call the left side
Yeah, I've
past,
struggled a
and
bit
right
with the
side
terminology, but
present.
that's fair enough. That's close enough.
In other words, you came here, jumping back and forth between past and present, a day at a time, all to end up here. Now do you understand?
Yeah, but so far I think it's stupid, but go on.
Chikara's right half was found the night of the 11th, in the past. His left half was found the next morning. Komeji's right half was found on the 13th.
But, like, I guess, like, another part of this... Well, so, Sarah, there is a time difference. But, like... Yeah, I don't know. Like, you'd kind of have to, like, do a deep dive on laying these out side by side to make sure that they didn't just, like, outright lie and have someone, like, wearing their future outfit in the past or something like that. But, like, just to be clear, there is still a past and a present timeline. It's just that we didn't play the perspective of Ryuki solely in the past and Mizuki solely in the present. But, like, I guess, like, inherently, like, Mizuki looked different in those time periods. So, like, that doesn't make any sense. Also, like, Mizuki wouldn't have been doing, like, investigation stuff in the 6 years ago, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense either. That feels inherently flawed. Like, a pretty significant, substantial flaw to the logic that's already kind of sketchy.
His left half was found the next morning at 6 a.m. 6 years have passed, and now we're here. In the present, Tokiko's right half was found on February 12th. The next day, a little past midnight, her left half was found in the basement of Horodori Institute.
Yeah, I mean, I feel exactly the same way, Anime. Like, this idea is cool. Like, again, I feel like I had a thought very similar to this early on, and, like, I thought it was cool. And if the game had left, like, reasonable room for that interpretation the whole time, like, that could have been a fun experience. But, yeah, I do feel like the game has been purposefully misleading to the point that it really wanted this reveal, but, like, didn't want to do the hard work. Like, the legitimately very hard work to earn this reveal as something clever, instead of it just being, like, a weird gotcha.
Long story short, the left and right halves weren't found 6 years apart.
So I guess this is supposed to account for, like, the weird insane thing that happened toward the end of the game where, like, Aiba was suggesting that, like, Komeji was responsible for something 6 years after he died. But, like, also, just, like, at what actual point did, like, the Ryuki Mizuki Somnium occur? Because, like, that's, like, a really big hinge point. Like, he would have already needed to finish his investigation. So I guess it happens, like, very close to the end of of the present. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think they said, like, it is true that the game has refrained from saying anything about the specific lapse of time in the vast majority of situations, which did seem odd to me. But, like, also a lot of the characters are kind of just odd. But, like, Sarah references when they did the luminol test on the top of Misatan, that they referenced there being, like, old blood. But, like, I think they just meant, like, it wasn't the same blood. Because, like, they found a body there, right? But when we did the virtual reality investigation of the scene, there was, like, luminol where the present body wasn't. And I think that's all they were saying at the time. Yeah, agreed, anime. Like, this idea is really interesting in theory, but as both you and I have said now, like, it would be a lot of work to set this up to work correctly, and I don't think the game did that.
They were all found soon after each other. Nothing supernatural here.
So you're gonna fix the flowchart now? True flowchart. This is a chart that shows the flow of history in chronological order. The true flowchart can be checked from menu flowchart. Alright, so all of this is in the present despite being bridged between the two. So let's waste some of our precious life force trying to ponder this out. So, like, let's discount day 0 entirely, because, like, I legitimately don't think they put any thought into how this looks. Like, this is just wrong. Like, this clearly didn't happen at the start of the investigation 6 years ago. It clearly only could have happened at the end of the present. So let's just ignore this. So, 6 years ago, oh god, this is gonna be a miserable experience. Is this even gonna show me? No, it's not. I think I have to, like, individually click every single space in order to, like, get it to summarize what we did on each day, which is, like, unbelievably asinine. But so we start with Ryuki's investigation 6 years ago. And he meets all the new characters, Kizuna and, like, Oda and Leanne and all that. And somehow he talks to Shoma, and Shoma points him to the Horodori Institute of Undaga. And that points us to Nai's, and so the next day we talk to Tokiko. And we don't sync with her until the present. That's needlessly confusing. So obviously she wasn't, like, when did she die? She died in the present, but not in the past at all? Alright, so we go, so we see Horodori's corpse on the chalkboard, and we don't sync with Tokiko. Instead, the next morning, when the other half of Chikara is found in the park, Mizuki does the balloon hunt, which leads her to talk to Gen and do the Somnium with him. And that leads us to find the underground passage at the Horodori Institute Undiga, which it seems insane that that could have been 6 years ago, because I feel like that would have exploded the case wide open and like nothing else would matter for like most of our existence. And then so like Tokiko like didn't die in the past is I think what the game wants us to believe. She only died in the present, which is confusing. So they find the underground place and like nothing happens, and so what is Ryuki even investigating at this point? Oh god, this is a lost cause. So why was it that he synced with Komeiji in the past? Oh, it's because Ryuki tried to go to the Horodori Institute somehow this same night without crossing paths with them or any of that mattering. Okay, cool. And Komeiji was there, and that was suspicious, and so Ryuki took him in to like figure out why that was, and we synced with him, and we like learned that he stole half a body, and that didn't work out for him. He died. And so the next morning, Mizuki finds like the other half of his body there, and then finds evidence that he took Jin Fudore's half of the body away, and then Amame put it in the freezer and whatever. And so on the night of February 14th, for some reason, both then and now, Kizuna was kidnapped at like 9 p.m. almost exactly. And then in the past, Tuxedo Mask took off her mask and went to trace Kizuna's phone and followed it to the warehouse, where like we found out that Ryuki had betrayed us, which is also confusing, even though like I kind of thought that happened 6 years ago. That's also very confusing. And then we synced with Terror, and then wait. No, hold on. How do you think you get away with the timeline crossing here? How is it that you think that in the 6 years ago we sync with Terror and like meet with Jin and Tokiko in the warehouse and they shoot at us, and like that isn't the end of the game? Like what? That doesn't make any sense. And then so, like, this is the day where, like, Ryuki was trying to find Amame after the discovery of... After he discovered that Amame confronted Terror. So we spent the whole day doing that, and at the end, Date gave us a call and, like, told us to go to Sosajima's house. And that's where we met up with Iris, and we synced with her to find out that Terror told Sosajima to tell us, the Freyer, that we needed to go to the execution chamber. And so that's where we had the stupid confrontation in the cathedral, where Date got squished like a cartoon character and then accordioned his way out of it with just, like, basic amnesia. Okay, and then we look at now, and we ignore the top part again. And what even... What happened here? Investigate the stadium. Right, we suspected that Shoma had something to do with the robot, and we, like, didn't ask him about it for, like, 4 days or something. Oh, did we learn anything from this? This seems like a really unhelpful section of the game. Yeah, the game purports that we synced with Terror in the past, which seems like fully insane, like genuinely completely insane. So this led us to what? How did we? What actually led to the sync with Kizuna? We knew that she. Yeah, I mean, like you like literally can't suggest that like any of the scenes with Kizuna. Like, is it just truly the case that you don't see Kizuna at all during any of Mizuki's sections of the game that are in the past? I think it wants us to believe that. I guess that could be true. You'd kind of have to. Like, it doesn't make any sense otherwise. So, I don't know. For some reason, we synced with Kizuna, and then we found out that we were a mutant, and then... And then Ryuki had that, like, super chill conversation with Tokiko, who was still alive in the present, where she says that if she dies, she'll just fix it, because she's so good at games. Get good, loser. And we synced with her, and we learned, like, nothing of importance? What did we end up learning from that? That Nizet Laws believes everything's a simulation? I don't know. I feel like all the things that we learned from her Somnium were, like, hints of stuff that wasn't true. And so she told us to, like, come back and visit her in her office, and then she was dead. And then... Wait, no, this also doesn't make any sense. So wait a hecking minute here. So the game wants us to believe that, like, Mizuki went with Lien into the underground section of the Horodori Institute and, like, went into the stupid cave with the bread cutter. And, like, it wasn't until 6 years later that they found her body there? That doesn't make any sense. That's so stupid. That's such a stupid thing to have me believe is true. They just hung out there for 6 years? They just did the Skyrim thing where they hit select and, like, waited 6 years to happen? That doesn't make any sense. There has to be direct cause and effect between those two events. So, during the course of that day, Mizuki happens to run into a bunch of Nizet Law's people and wink syncs with them all at once to learn that they're doing a prototype, a trial run for their Nirvana Initiative missile. And for some reason, instead of dealing with that, we synced with Tuxedo Mask and had the worst Somnium of all time. And then, like, what am I looking at here? What part of the game is this? This is when the UFO came and blasted us with a laser? What was this? Yeah, the Masterman explains that we're trying to cause bugs to happen everywhere so we reach Moksha, right? The theorized rocket will be launched, right? Eventually we got there. Terra Moksha and claims the rehearsal's been a success. So, like, oh, that's the rocket trail. That's supposed to be the rocket trail. That's such a bad photo of what happened. Like, show the blasted rocket. Show the dang rocket, the thing that matters. Don't show everyone's reaction shot to the rockets. The heck? That's just a bad photo. J. Jonah Jameson would not approve. So, like, alright, I guess we just drop the story entirely at that point. We just, like, pretend nothing happens for a while. Meanwhile... Yeah, I remember this weird time where, like, Shoma seemed to disappear from the Ferris wheel. Does this relate to the time that, like, Ryuki had him committed to the hospital? Like, that was always kind of unclear, and I don't think this makes it more clear. So, like, at midnight we went to go find him at the Ferris wheel, and he wasn't there. Alright, so we went to the studio and figured out that Amami met Terror, right? And that's in the present? That's in the present? Then who was Terror talking about in the journal that was, like, is one of the only times in the game they specifically call something out from being from 6 years ago? Where the, like, limited journal entries in Terror's journal in the stupid basement room. And, like, he says, I met the woman of my destiny. Or something to that effect. So I guess it is implied he was talking about Kizuna, but from when? The process of looking for Ryuki discovers that Amame may have met Tokiko. Right. Really never got any answers on that, no matter which time frame we were in, which is annoying. It goes to Sunfish Pocket, and she's lost her voice, so we sync. Then we do the sync with her, and, like, saw terror in there. And where does this end? Is just... Right, the end of that Somnium is Amame saying, Nirvana collected genocide. And that's... Like, that's essentially the present. That's essentially the present. Oh, God. Jiminy Jillikers. Hey, Crit Twitch. Sorry, this took like 200% of my brain power just to get through this. I'm gonna need you to watch the VOD if you want a recap on what we just did. Or what I just did. Stumbling through the looking glass into madness. Like, there's no efficient way to summarize this. It really does just seem like folly, the entire thing. Castlework says maybe Terra fell in love with Ritsuko and they went to Atami together. That would be a better ending than we're probably going to get from this game. Christian says, I'm not sure who's more sadistic, Vasco or Chat. I feel like there's a miscommunication there in that for me to do this to myself is masochism. For me to do it for you all is for your enjoyment. For you to cry for bread and circuses could potentially make you sadistic, but I think it says more about my masochism than sadism. Okay, so now what do I do with my life? I can't actually use the true flowchart to do anything. There aren't interactable buttons.
Anyway, that's just my genius analysis.
Alright, that's an annoying comment, because the only reason you can have any of this knowledge is because, like, the voice of God speaks through you, Deus Ex Mama.
Oh, but I know what you're gonna say.
Oh, what? Tell me. Mama, tell me. What am I going to say?
There's still tons of things that can't be explained, right?
Sure, that's a summary of the last half hour of my life.
Especially, who killed Uru and Tokiko?
I think it's me. Not Ryuki, not Mizuki. Me, Vasco. I think I did it. I think I am the one responsible. I think I went into the game because I'm so mad that I had to kill all the characters.
Jin, Chikara, Komeiji. It was Terror, Uru, who sliced these three in half. But then Uru was killed in the present, February 10th.
Alright, so I guess that explains how they both seem to be dead. Sort of.
Tokiko's body was found after that. So who killed Uru and Tokiko?
Is it Gen? I hope it's Gen. But, like, there clearly has to be someone still wearing the terror mask even after both of them are dead. Right? Like, oh, for God's sake. God bless America. Hang on. How do I... switch flowchart. No, wait. It was the one I wanted? Okay, fine. Sure. So... I don't understand how this could possibly be the past. This makes no sense to me. And which of these scenes is the one where, like, we actually see Tokiko? Okay, it's in the past. So we see Tokiko in the past, which I guess makes sense, because at this point in the other timeline, she's for real dead. Really, really dead. But it's fine, because she'll probably still just get better. But yeah, like, if that's true, like, how does this scenario end such that this makes sense? How does that work? It make no sense. What? Wasn't there some question I was trying to answer? I don't know.
Well, I'm sure this mess will be cleared up soon.
If there's absolutely one thing I'm certain of in this moment, in this timeline that we all share together, it's that is a lie. That one is not true.
By Mizuki, her friend, and by you, Freyr. So anyway, good luck with the rest of your investigation.
And that sentence has me convinced that there's no universe in which Zero Time Dilemma is ever a good game. Okay, fair enough.
Cheering you on.
Okay, fine. Okay, but like, what happens now? Like, what's the thing that happens now? But like, where does what?
Who was I just talking to?
See, that's disingenuous because much like characters seemingly having the wrong appearance and the wrong history, Mama only spoke when she was channeling. She always used the deep voice every time that happened, and she was talking normally for much of that.
Maybe I've had a bit too much to drink.
Like, you literally disrupted your own continuity for, like, not a funny joke.
It's awfully cold tonight.
But, like, for real, where does the game go now? And not in a, like, ooh, where does the game go? But, like, no, just, like, what are you talking about? Of course, Iowan Garden. So I guess we're playing as Mizuki talking to Tuxedo Mask after we beat everybody up. Anyone else tired?
Hey, about Kizzy. Are you sure she's okay? Don't worry. I made sure she's fine.
Kizuna went missing. Last night around 11 o'clock, Riichi Chieda, her father, contacted me. Iba and I started our search for Kizzy. After a while, I got a call on my phone. It was from her. She told me to meet her here at Iowa.
So, that makes us sisters?
Sisters would imply that you have, like, you know, like, one parent's DNA in common, or both, but, like, you're not twins? But, like, you're pretty much the same person, other than, like, the heart disease.
We're not the same age, but we're like identical twins.
Okay, so Mizuki's dumb and I'm not. 1 point for Vasco.
We have almost the same genes. That's crazy. I'm a copy of you. Don't say it like that. But I'm your clone, right? Technically, yes.
Trying to make the distinction between the two voices feels very silly. It's like, it is me talking. Yes, I am the clone. We are clones? We are not sisters? Yes, we are clones and not sisters.
But our DNA isn't exactly the same. My genome was rearranged.
Hey, everybody. Do you know what point it is? Do you know what time it is?
Picture an egg.
That's right. It's time to picture an egg. Or maybe 2 eggs. This will explain everything.
Your DNA was modified on top of that.
Yeah, we're clearly like Mark II. The prototype has heart disease or whatever.
Which is why you don't have the symptoms I
Picture
have.
an egg.
Yeah.
Basically, you're an upgrade.
Picture
the
an
perfect
egg.
version of me.
Nah, in order for me to be the perfect version of you, I think I have to absorb androids like 16, 17, and 18 or whatever. I don't remember the right numbers. It's been too many years.
Don't say it like that.
If you... Okay, Mizuki, if you lower your voice, I can't tell the difference between the two of you. Hang on. I'm gonna check with Boss real quick. How old is an old lady? I mean, obviously, I feel like you have to be 100,043 years old before you're really considerate, right? Don't say childish things, I'm gonna get mad. That sounds like Boss. Hey, wait. So the DNA timeline isn't gonna do anything to explain why Boss feels like a different character and is randomly sometimes at and not at Somnium's, which is kind of her responsibility to oversee those. Like, I'm not gonna get any satisfying explanation of that, right? Just making sure. Oh, I guess I have control now. I was raised here too. I feel like you'd remember that,
Yeah.
but sure.
The same as me. When I was 6, you were born at Horadori Institute and sent here. I'm guessing they thought it was too difficult to raise you at the Institute. I remember the day you arrived like it was yesterday.
I mean, given what I've recently experienced, it might have been yesterday and we just twisted your perception of reality, frankly. That's an interesting question, Ditto. Does it sync up such that there's one timeline where they're always present or not present? I'm not sure if I specifically remember which ones they weren't at. I don't think they were around for Amame's. I can't remember if they were around for Tuxedo Masks. I think they were around for Tokiko's. And I don't immediately remember Izuna's. Pretty sure they were around... Oh yeah, wait, hang on. There was some day where at the... When was the... When in the timeline was it that Boss was, like, yelling at Ryuki and, like, threatening to demote him? What day was that? Because, like, that was always super weird. We just, like, woke up one morning and she's like, you know what you did? You're almost fired. And I was like, what did we do? I don't know what we did. What did we did? I'm not gonna remember where that was on the timeline. That feels like useful information I don't possess.
You were still a baby, but the moment I saw you, I got this feeling. I started bawling my eyes out. The people at the facility didn't know we were related.
They weren't very astute.
Makes sense. They were told we were from 2 different places.
They weren't very astute. It says, would have to be in the present if he's still investigating, right? Yeah, presumably. Although, like, there's definitely some point in time where, like, that clock must have elapsed in the present, because, like, I'm pretty sure there's some point where Boss implies that, like, he's been on leave, and, like, I threw a fit about it, because it was like, he's been on leave for 6 years, which I guess isn't the case.
But we're both named Mizuki, and we looked really similar. So to make it easier, everyone started calling me Big Sis.
I feel like we could have chosen a better name, like Big Boss. Does anyone think Big Boss would have been a good
They
name?
called you Mizuki.
What happened after I
They
arrived
took
here?
me to Horadori Institute every so often for examinations.
Now let me ask you this. Did you start wearing that mask at age 9 or whatever you were when that happened?
Well, I say examinations. I mean human experiments.
I think it's safe to assume mostly everything that happens at the Hora Underga is a human
I
experiment.
don't think you remember, but they did terrible things. I remember getting shots with needles as big as boba straws.
Trust me, I remember. I played through that Somnium not 6 years ago, so I definitely remember doing that. And that was a terrible thing that this game did to me.
My time with Horadori Institute ended when I was 9, and you were 3. It shut down and we were finally free.
Ooh, credit where it's due. I remembered what age she would be when that happened. Get dumpster.
That's about the time you were adopted by the Okiura family. But me? Well, I told you about me, right?
Sort of? I don't know if we got all them
You were
answers.
blind in one eye and had a heart condition. Right. So it was hard to find a family who would take me. Ultimately, it was Mr. Chieda, the chairman. So when you were 9, you were adopted by the Chiedas.
Yeah, but then you got adopted by someone else at, like, age 12? I think was the
I
number?
spent the next 6 years there.
No. When you're 15, though.
Up until I was 15, I lived under the same roof as Kizuna. I see. That's why she called me Big Sis.
Yeah. But, like, it still seems, like, comically absurd to me that she's like, oh, you remind me of this girl I lived with for years who I referred to as Big Sis, so I'll call you Big Sis also. Instead of being like, holy crap, aren't you Big Sis, the girl I lived with for several years? And then us being like, no, I don't know what you're referring to. She just decided to leave all of that out and assume it was a misunderstanding on her part, despite us looking identical. Like, that's just how our relationship exists? What about after that?
You said something about an eccentric woman?
Yeah, right, like, who's also technically named Mizuki? Yes, these all feel like very valid concerns, agreed.
Yeah, I was adopted by her.
It's boss.
Do you mean Shizue Kuranushi? Boss.
Anyone else need a nap, or just me? So, like, that means that...
Squeak, squeak.
Squeak, squeak. I think that implies that Boss adopted Tuxedo Mask roughly 6 years ago, which means that she, like, after all of the events of the first game, she essentially also adopted Mizuki and just, like, didn't think it was important to mention that at all. Okay. Okay. That's normal. That's a cool and normal way to behave. So, I think when I first completed Somnium Files 1, I had determined that, like, Boss was the worst character in the game, despite how eminently hateable Oda is. She's looking like a real good frontrunner for this one, too.
Which is why my name is Mizuki Kuranushi now.
Sure, that might as well be true.
You think that sounds kinda lame, huh?
Well, you misunderstand. You're assuming I think that sounds lame because I judge the boss's surname, which I frankly don't care about and will never remember. She's Boss. The game makes it clear she's Boss. I'm not gonna remember that name. It's not important to me. You're Tuxedo Mask and that's all there is. It sounds lame because that's just the most mind-bogglingly stupid thing I can recall. At all. I don't mean like in fiction or in this game. I mean like that might be the dumbest thing of all of them.
No, it's not that.
Why did Boss adopt you?
You know how we're stronger than everybody else? Maybe she thought I'd come in handy. So she wanted to make you work for her.
I mean, I guess at the very least this explains why she seems to have a functional copy of Aiba when she goes to confront Terror at the factory. Because Boss gave it to her?
I don't know if that's the truth, but that's what she told me. Boss taught me how to fight. After she adopted me, she trained me hard every day. 6 years ago, when I was 18, I was hired as a top-secret member of Abyss.
Oh my god. So all the investigation that we did in the past as Mizuki, we were actually doing as Tuxedo Mask. So every instance of Mizuki that crosses the DNA timeline into 6 years ago is Tuxedo Mask. And we're functionally identical to her from 6 years ago, and so we look the same all the time. Okay.
Boss wanted someone who she could rely on. Someone who would never betray her.
You know what? I feel like that would be a much more interesting reveal if it was the case that, like, there were noticeable but not significant differences in Mizuki's behavior in certain segments of the game that would indicate past and present. But, like, literally the only thing that comes to mind is when Tuxedo Mask starts having, like, a heart attack in the warehouse, and that was, like, the least subtle thing that's ever happened.
She trusted me to handle the most sensitive situations. Basically, I'm like a ninja. Well, a kunoichi.
Am I gonna get trivia about that?
Which is why my existence at Abyss had been hidden. The only people who know are Boss, Pewter, and Ryuki.
Wow, Boss sure does a lot of keeping secrets for seemingly no reason. Much like my personally maligned film, The Last Jedi. Oh boy.
Ryuki? Why? I wonder.
About February 6 years
Like
ago.
I told you, I want to know who did this to me. I know that Chikara was the mastermind, but I want solid proof. That's why I was investigating him and his institute. But then, out of the blue, he gets killed. That's why I started following the HB case.
So is the implication that, like, 6 years from now, Mizuki's voice is gonna drop, like, an octave and a half or something? Like, I assume they're doing this for the player's benefit, but if you think about it, it seems kind of silly, doesn't it? Yeah, this feels like a really good question, Anime. Why does Ryuki know and not Date? But, like, you also have to keep in mind that Boss is the same person who, like, wouldn't tell Date super relevant information about the Cyclops killer. Like, the original Cyclops killer that would, like, exonerate. She's just like, nah, trust me, it's not the same guy. Like, didn't mention that, like, we were in his body and that we had, like, amnesia and, like, forgot how to be a functional police officer and all that. Like, just never mentioned any of that, which was infuriating to me in the first game. My older sister, technically, she's the original that I was based off of, but I don't want to think about it like that. She's more of my big sister by proxy. Oh, I hate you. 6 years ago. Asked her about what happened back then. It's implied she told me the details of what happened on the 12th and the 14th. Those, like, the 2 days that we played as her. That feels extra stupid if true. Hold on. 14th? 12th? Yep, those are the only ones she was around for, I guess. She wanted to know who did this to her, but only like two days a week's worth. She already had like a part-time job. She couldn't work full-time on figuring out why she was created as a mutant with a heart condition. It's not that important. The 12th, when she found half of Chikara and like the balloon thing. We synced with Gen. And just the worst puzzle. Right, but I'll remind you that according to the flowchart, it is implied that she went into the secret underground chamber and then nothing happened. And then in the present, somehow, unrelated to that, actual Mizuki went into that chamber, or like appeared in that chamber with Lien, and like then found the body cutting machine with half of Tokiko in it. The 14th is when we found Komeji's body and figured out that he removed the body. And the abandoned factory incident. Okay, are you gonna explain how that makes any sense? Because currently it doesn't. Also, if like... So, okay, so it is implied, I guess, that Tuxedo Mask wanted to punch Ryuki in the present because he had betrayed her in the past. But that's like such a profound understatement of a response to that. Like, he partnered with a serial killer and like tried to get her dead, and she punched him once. Like, he didn't lose his job over that? Like, Boss's daughter didn't report him for doing that, and he not only like lost his job but was in prison? Like, how did that happen? for Tama, though. No, like, don't, like... Can we, just for the sake of getting through this, separate our feelings for Tama and, like, actual... This is very much like Amame and Gen, right? Like, I like Amame a lot. I don't want her to become dead or arrested, but she did crimes. And so when she ran away for crimes, there were consequences that led to Gen dying. That was her fault, because she did the crimes and then resisted arrest. That was her fault. I'm sorry. And the same is true for Ryuki. Like, I understand why he did it. I'm not saying it's completely unjustifiable. But I'm saying that he partnered with a serial killer and tried to kill Boss's daughter and a fellow, like, detective. And you don't get to keep your job after that. You just don't get to do that. Hi, Neko. Welcome to the stream. I'm having a hard time. How are you? Also, thanks to Demolition for gifting us up to Neko. Yeah, the rants are sort of indistinguishable from one another. We're trying to untangle here, like, literally and figuratively, we're trying to untangle what's going on. Because just to catch you up with no further explanation than mentioning that this has happened, the game has decided that, like, hey, guess what? These weren't two, like, parallel timelines that represent past and present. For some reason, we goofily intertwined them in a way that, like, mostly just feels like it is lying to the player about what is happening at any given time. So some of the stuff that we thought was in the past was in the present and vice versa. Where the line crosses, the time changes. Oh boy.
What you have seen and heard cannot be shared with anyone. If you do, I will kill her. I have an abundant amount of money. Even if I were to die, the assassins I've hired would still find her.
Hey, Kat, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
I see. That's why you didn't talk about what happened 6 years ago.
Sure, I guess.
But I think it's okay to start talking now.
It seems a little late to conceal that, sure.
Why? I was able to freeze all of Terror's hidden accounts.
You did what? Pardon me?
We don't need to worry about any assassins anymore.
What is this, Ozark? We just casually flag people's account? Okay, sure.
I bet you don't remember anything from February 6 years ago, do you?
Oh, let me guess. The period of time where that would have been relevant is like when we didn't have access to the network backups. That was mostly only relevant in Ryuki's timeline. Is that correct? So when did he hear about that? It was like before he went into the cathedral, right? It had been ongoing for like some amount of time. I have to assume that that is the case. Is that like she was, so like Aiba was shut off by being electrocuted, but like there was no backup of the memory like on the cloud because of the like the plot convenient server maintenance. Is it the entire past timeline? It's like more of it than it should be, but was it literally mentioned like the first day? I know it was like multiple days and that seemed ridiculous. And it seems even more ridiculous now.
I do not. My body was destroyed in the explosion at the cathedral. The Abyss communication network was also offline, so there was no backup taken.
I feel like this is a failing on the part of IT. I feel like there probably shouldn't be a period of like 4 or 5 consecutive days where like essential like backup of evidence that would help us solve like high-profile serial killer criminal cases is like completely prone to like imminent destruction. Like I feel like that backup feature is important and we should really minimize that downtime. Why were you hiding your identity?
If I revealed myself to you, you would want to know everything. And one way or another, you'd find out. You'd find out that your genes were spliced. That your real parents aren't Renju and Shoko.
Maybe Terror secretly works in IT and the server maintenance. No, the game has finally confirmed the somewhat ambiguous question of whether Terror is Jin or Uru. We now know for sure that it is Uru, and somehow that doesn't answer any questions. And it feels like it should. So Arg says, so did Aiba never mention the other Mizuki, or did the other Mizuki only have Aiba for 3 days? Yeah, we don't have answers on that so far. I mean, my assumption before today was that, like, there was, like, a second Aiba that existed that was independent from the first Aiba. But, like, so, there's some point where Tuxedo Mask sends, like, Wink Sync information to Mizuki. You know what? I'm finally gonna say yes to this. This is contributing nothing to my existence other than sometimes clicking no. So when did that happen? That happened on... That happened during the interrogation of Leanne. Which, if I'm to trust the way that this is still being displayed here, would make that the present, which makes sense. So that implies that currently Tuxedo Mask still has an AI bot. Which says, okay, now you're starting to break me. I mean, frankly, I'm impressed that you held on so long, Twitch. I know you missed part of the start of the stream, and frankly, that alone is probably enough to make this not make sense. Let's talk to boss, the Tamagotchi. What do you want from host clubs? Stress relief, heartbeat, healing, I don't know. Heartbeat. Totally. Sometimes I can hear the badump badump. Isn't that typically written as Doki Doki?
I didn't want you to end up like me. I wanted you to live a normal life.
Oh my god.
As normal as possible, anyway.
I super much hate that convenience. Sure.
Get a normal job, a normal husband, get married, start a family, live happily ever after.
What if your clone was gay or something? You don't
A
know.
life like that. But if I showed up, I would ruin all that. That's what I thought, at least. I see. But why didn't you tell me 7 years ago in November?
I'm assuming that's the previous case. It's unclear to me if she was already adopted
I
at
was
that
already
point.
well on my way to an abnormal life at that point.
Okay, sure. We'll take for granted that timeline lines up, although I'm not 100% convinced of that.
Maybe that's true.
I mean, also her parents, like, already died at that point.
By the way, I'm curious.
Also, note how the game doesn't try to make an explanation for that. Literally, the response to, like, that very reasonable question of, like, so you wanted me to have a normal life, but, like, when my parents died and maybe I could have used family, like, that seems like that's a fine time to go into it. And she's like, eh.
Why were we given the same name?
Because Chikara Horidori is not creative or actually intelligent. He's just good at science. It's different.
I don't know. Maybe they didn't really care about the name. But wouldn't that make it harder to tell us apart at the Institute? I don't think they had any trouble. We had code names at Horidori Institute.
I want to try and explain something, but I don't know how to do it without spoiling something else. Let me put it like this. If your twist requires this many explanations, it's probably not very good. Let's take an old enough movie that you've probably either seen it or don't care much about it being spoiled, or frankly, have heard the spoiler. It's a very famous spoiler. Let's talk about The Sixth Sense. So famously, this is a spoilable movie. It's an M. Night Shyamalan movie, and he loves his twist endings, right? So, like, already we're on the same page in terms of a general comparison. in that movie, like, Bruce Willis is, like, a character who's interacting with Haley Joel Osment. I think he's, like, a therapist or an analyst of some... It's been quite some time since I've seen the movie, to be honest with you. But, so, like, basically, like, Bruce Willis is interacting with him a lot, trying to help him deal with, like, some struggles, and, like, Haley Joel Osment's character is, like, a boy who sees spirits. And, like, or, you know, at least claims to see spirits. And so, like, you know, I think Bruce Willis is mostly taking the approach that, like, he's sort of a troubled kid and he wants to understand what's causing that, not necessarily, like, hallucination, but what's causing him to fixate on that idea. And so he's, like, spending a lot of time with him. And then, at a certain point in the movie, you discover, and this is a spoiler, and I've warned you pretty thoroughly, that Bruce Willis was dead the whole time. He died, like, in a scene, like, at the very start of the movie. He was just dead the whole time. And so, the thing you learn is that, yes, Haley Joel Osment does see dead people, because he saw Bruce Willis the whole time, and he wasn't alive. But, like, that's it. Like, that's all you have to explain. Like, if you go back to the start of the movie, you see, like, lots of little things that are like, oh, I took for granted this, but, like, actually, like, it makes sense for him to be dead. Like, it follows. Like, if you go back and look at it, it makes perfect sense, and it doesn't require, like, hours and hours and hours of explanation. And, like, I think generally a twist ending or... like a murder story, which, like, aren't necessarily the same thing, but I think both of them kind of function in the same way, in that I think if you write a really good story in either of those genres, or in this case both, there should be, like, some non-zero chance that upon, like, a first-time reading or viewing, you could, not necessarily that you will or that you should, but that you could guess what the twist is. Like, if you were really astute, and you, like, caught on to some minor details, like, maybe you figure it out. And upon a rewatch or a reread, everything should hold up, like, pretty seamlessly. And, like, as something of an addendum, I feel like it bodes well if you also don't have to give hours of explanation to try and compensate for things that eminently don't make sense. That you, like, probably didn't think through, and then at a certain point you're like, alright, I've set aside, like, 5 hours of gameplay only to explain all the stuff I didn't figure out was a problem until after we made, like, 2/3 of the game. That guy says, a good twist should change the context of everything. Yeah, I think that's kind of a concise way of putting it. Let me see if I can build off that. It should change the context of things without requiring the story to be, like, completely retold. Which is not all that elegant, but I feel like dovetails with what I was just trying to explain.
I was mouse, and you were rabbit.
Oh my god, I was right, the rat thing is, like, kind of relevant. That's why, like, the goons, like, called her a dirty rat or whatever.
And you remember what they called us at Iowan, right?
Squeak, squeak.
You were Big Sis, and I
Squeak,
was
squeak.
Mizuki. Yeah. Is that what I called you? No. You were still little. You couldn't talk much.
Squeak, squeak.
You just called me BB.
Oh, don't start introducing more names and more misdirections. You're trying to make another twist happen, aren't you?
BB? Yeah, BB, huh? Anyway, we've already spent enough time here. We shouldn't be wasting time like this.
Well, I'm afraid that's more your fault than mine, although I'll admit I'm not helping.
Good point. There's still tons we don't know about the HB case. Follow me. I want to show you something.
Is it the null number?
Huh? What is it? Oh, no. It's nothing. Let's go, BB.
I don't... least there isn't more M's and A's. That would be great. Like, what did you call me? Mimi. I swear to God. You're just doing it on purpose now. Wait, what the heck was that trophy for? Alright, we might as well go to Brahmin. Is the corpse still there? No. Wait, it's there and no one's found it yet? Wait, you shouldn't be here. Shouldn't you be in a different country? Yeah, why not? I'm not... Does this make sense?
What the fuck?
Okay.
This is information overload. My brains are gonna flow out of my ears. Jeez, just relax.
It's not a good time to say that.
I can't just relax.
Tito says the trophy was for the bravery of continuing to play the game voluntarily. How does it register that it was voluntary?
What is this corpse doing here? And why are Kizzy and Leon here? Oh, and most importantly...
Why is Date again?
Who the hell is this?
Kat says, for once, I don't think Mizuki is overreacting. Agree 100%.
What, isn't it obvious?
Castle says, did we need to do the Kizuna, Lien, and Amame again endings? Yes, you can't reach this point without doing them. This is actually another problem I have with this game that I mentioned briefly last week, which is that this game kind of purports that it is like a non-linear visual novel, which, you know, I would say the first game falls under that category. This game really doesn't. The only non-linearity that is, like, mattered at all thus far is, like, the short path that you take to the ending of the present and past timelines based on, like, one split. Like, that's pretty much it.
Wait, you're that stupid porno mag collecting old man.
Okay, I think I'm about to have a stroke. You know who Date is, right? You should know who Date is.
No.
Yes.
Why are you dressed like that? Where is Genny? What are you doing here?
Why did he say no? What?
And one last thing. Where have you been the past 6 years? Why didn't you try to contact me?
Okay, it feels really weird for you to not call him by name and then...
I'm sorry, Mizuki.
There will be no satisfying explanation for this. Don't even think that that will happen. It will not happen. Like, the whole, like, Date disappeared for 6 years thing, all of that is, like, contrived beyond reason.
Okay. I think I kind of get it.
So this clearly isn't the aftermath of the Umame Gen ending, because Date would be out of the ridiculous costume. I don't know why he's playing out like that, though.
6 years ago, Date lost his memory when the ceiling collapsed on him. Then he got captured by terror, but managed to escape.
This is, like, the most maddening hand wave that, like, I can only immediately think of, like, one worse hand wave. A movie came out last year called... What the heck was that thing called? Something we watched on my dad's birthday last year. It's like a Mark Wahlberg movie called, like, Infinity or something. And, like, it has just, like, the biggest plot hole of anything I've ever seen. Like, the whole story only happens because someone manages to get, like, surveillance footage of a place where they specifically can't get surveillance footage without, like, doing something incredibly plot-worthy, and it never happens in the story, and he's just like, I just have this footage, and thus the plot can happen. And there's just, like, truly no explanation for it. And, like, in this game, they're like, yeah, so, like, literally the whole ceiling collapsed on Date, and instead of dying, he just was kidnapped and had amnesia, but he got better. Infinite. Yeah, sure, Infinite. I don't mind spoiling that because it's not good and don't watch it. It has like the worst plot hole I've ever seen in anything. And I promise you it's really saying something. Also, hi Arcadius. Did I miss other people coming in? Like, it's tough to keep up with chat, man. There's a lot. Demolition says, I googled Mark Wahlberg movie plot hole and it was the first result. That has made my day, Demolition. Because I watched that movie and I was like, no, like that doesn't make any sense. It's the worst plot hole I've ever seen in anything. And like, my dad was just, he didn't seem to care. I'm like, no, but it's like the worst plot hole. Like the whole movie hinges on this thing that's not explained and it can't happen. Like, it's so bad. Yeah, Neko, I mean, even if he survived, he would be in, like Kizuna didn't have the whole ceiling fall on her, and she's, like, paralyzed from the waist down. Like, Date would have at least that, if not chronic dead disease.
And he's been wandering the Earth for the past 6 years.
That's melodramatic.
5 days ago, on the 10th, he heard the news about Jin's body being found.
Hey, why are you people who aren't Date recounting this?
And finally got his memory back.
That's right.
Arcadius, does The Happening have a major plot hole? I'm not arguing that it is strictly the worst Mark Wahlberg movie. I'm arguing that it has the worst plot hole of any movie I've ever seen. Oh look, I got trivia. My voice reaches Date's brain right now. That's because there is a reception device in his left eye socket. You can mute me by turning it off, but that's a real hassle, so it's still on. This is the same for Mizuki Kurunushi. Don't call her Mizuki Kurunushi. Get bent. She hears my voice too. Mizuki Kurunushi is kind of long. I'll just call her BB. No, let's not. Her name is Tuxedo Mask, down forever. I don't think it's been a long time, and frankly, I don't care all that much. We already had our discussion about M. Night Shyamalan movies. Weird that came up twice independently of each other during the stream. But, like, I don't think that The Happening so much has plot holes as it does a strong lack of consideration for what makes a story work. Do I have to talk to everyone? Do I want this? Why are you here, Leanne?
There's a reason I'm here with Kizzy. I got a call from my old pal Date.
He's seen my butthole.
I asked him to unlock something for me.
Was it your butthole?
Are you talking about the freezer?
Oh, she's probably talking about the freezer. Maybe?
No, I got that open on the 13th.
Well, then I think he's talking about the
It
butthole.
was a different lock this time.
Anyway, that is when we met with
No!
Date and the woman he was with.
No! At this point in the game, you don't get to... You can't do that anymore. We're past the breaking point. We did our big, stupid twist ending. You can't do that. You can't be like, he ominously helped me unlock something important to the plot that we just won't mention until later so it will make me seem clever. No, no, no. You can't do that. Now you have to say what the thing is. Now when you say that, you don't get to play the pronoun game of like, I unlocked the thing. No, you have to say what it is.
The woman?
Don't care about the woman? What's the thing that got unlocked? So mad about this.
I was there too.
I like literally can't even... I'm like literally having a hard time comprehending the conversation they're trying to have with me because I hear that and I immediately stop the rest of the conversation and ask what friggin' thing got unlocked.
I was there too.
Oh, hey, look at this.
No, I got that open on the 13th.
Apparently I can make them replay the voice lines. I didn't know this was a
got
feature of the
call from
law.
my old pal Date.
That's pretty cool, actually. That's a fun thing to have discovered like 70 hours into the game. About BB, which isn't a good
I've
name.
known her for a long time. She's a former coworker from back when I was doing bad stuff.
Oh. So, the implication here is that in this stupidly placed past scene, when Tuxedo Mask broke into the underground and accomplished nothing, but, like, went with Leanne, that's because Leanne was, like, an actual criminal still. Although, that must have... No, that can't be true. Because we only meet Leanne at the start of 6 years ago when he's already been fired and he's trying not to be a crook. Oh, but, like, there's some point that I think is supposed to be the past where he, like... Yeah, because it's when they get engaged. Like, the same day they get engaged, he implies that he did something sketchy because the police asked him to. So that's what that was. You probably could rig up some fun conversations with the replay log feature.
Back then, I used to call her Quartz.
This character has entirely too many names.
Hey, don't just blurt that out.
Mizuki's name comes from crystal. The kanji for crystal can be read as Mizuki.
Crystals are the solid form of silicon dioxide, a mineral, most often recognized as quartz.
Wait, so you were in a Thieves Guild, BB?
I don't think anyone said that. That's just like a wild thing to say. I don't think anyone said that.
The snow isn't letting up. Don't change the subject.
Whoa, now we're gonna play the don't change the subject card? We're totally gonna get Leanne and Date get away with the I unlocked something mysterious and we're not gonna talk about it? Okay. Okay.
Why do you ask?
No reason.
It is currently 4:25 a.m. Daybreak is close.
In another few hours, the sun will rise. Hey, boss, how's it going? What is I for you? I'm not sure I understand the question. Existence. Its atomic number is 53. Great, I'm glad we cleared that up. It's Leanne. Alright, on to the next insane conversation. I heard you went missing!
I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but Leon and I plan to elope.
What?
May I ask why?
Kizzy's father won't accept me.
He threatened to send Leon to prison if he continued to see me.
And that's when I suggested that we run off together.
And I agreed.
So you two...
Yeah, they're both on the run for love.
A weird choice of words considering not only that she's in a wheelchair, but also that we're just hanging out here not doing that.
But we don't know exactly where we want to go yet.
Right. We need some more time to think about it.
Might I recommend a Tommy? Hey, you okay? You cold?
It is snowing outside. But do not worry about us. My heart is burning strong.
About BB, this won't be important at all.
I suppose Big Sis has already told you everything. Big Sis and I lived in the same home for 6 years. But I never thought my Big Sis was my Big Sis's Big Sis.
Even though they were identical and shared the same first name? Yeah, I can't think of any reason why that might be related. No, none at all. That seems like a completely coincidental thing that we should never mention or remark on in any way.
So confusing.
Anyway, Mizuki Date.
Also, it's like definitely not sufficient to like address how completely bonkers convoluted that is to have the main character call it confusing. No, it's confusing. That's the baseline. You're telling me the story. It's your job to make that make sense.
I will call you Little Big Sis from now on.
That's so... You're... Listen, fam! You're giving everyone too many names. We don't need 8 names for every character. There's already like 1,000 Amames. Like, stop doing it. Just like... Yeah. Tuxedo Mask is elegant.
And you, Mizuki Kuranushi, I will call you Big Sis.
Oh my god. That doesn't make sense. Why do you need to modify both of them?
Still, just as confusing.
Oh, hang on. I got more... Hold on a second. Mizuki is BB's clone. Date already knows this. Oh, I have problems with that. Okay. BB told him. But Kizuna and Lien don't know this yet. They just think they're sisters. Oh my god, how would that not be more confusing? How would that not be more confusing? You are essentially the same person with the same name, including having supernatural abilities for genetic modification. I'm sure you're casually sisters who have never mentioned each other. Oh, it's just Jiminy Christmas, man. Alright, did you tell Riichi
I have
Chieda?
told him that I am safe and sound.
That's fine.
Okay, well, I'm glad you weren't kidnapped.
You know what? That's some real glass half full attitude, Mizuki. I appreciate that. I am not capable of that in this precise moment, but like, you know, I'm glad you weren't kidnapped too.
I am so sorry that I worried you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about all this, you guys.
It's Kizzy. But like, the annoying thing about that, and granted, I'm using that term generously as it implies that there is only one annoying thing that's happened in the recent past. But the annoying thing about that is that, like, there's this, like, needless concurrence of, like... I'm pretty sure even when you realign the dates using the DNA flowchart, that Kizuna got kidnapped twice? Didn't that happen? Yeah, because it happens at the cathedral, and then now. And it, like, she disappears the night of the 14th both times at, like, almost precisely the same time, both times. Like, that's even more confusing when you, like, invert the timeline. Because, like, how is it possible that that happened twice and, like, wasn't both orchestrated by terror from some, like, weird place of serial killer reasoning that it needed to happen twice? Let's talk to Date. Let me just say one thing.
What? Do you have more insults to hurl at me for missing 6 years of your life?
I don't think you get to be judgmental about that. Let's consider for a moment the fact that you adopted this girl after both of her parents died, and then you vanished for 6 years and come back with the absolute worst explanation I've ever heard of. Yeah, that's like pretty important and relevant.
No, it's not that.
I mean, it should be that. If we're gonna set aside several hours for exposition, I feel like instead we should just yell at Date for being terrible.
Maybe she just wanted to hear you say, Mizuki, you've grown so much, or something emotional like that.
Maybe she'll ask what thing Lien wanted unlocked. This won't happen.
No, not that either.
Ah, right. For you, it's been 6 years. For me, it's different. I've been back for 4 days dressed like this. I've been watching you guys the whole time.
That's not better, that's worse.
So I don't really have anything sappy to say.
Sarah says, to be fair, Date didn't write this game. No, but within the world of the fiction, he regained his memory several days ago and decided to stalk Mizuki while dressed like Gen. That's not better, that's worse.
I told you it's not that.
I'm home. Welcome back.
Aw, that's cute. Look, it's a callback to the thing from the first game.
Is that what you wanted to hear?
All right, okay.
Oh, it is it?
Let me try this again. Mizuki, I'm home.
Welcome back, Date.
Aw, that's like an actual moment of genuine emotion that this game has managed to actually earn just barely.
But that's not what I wanted to say. I threw away all your porno mags.
Uh-oh. It's the corpse in the freezer. Or are you happy to see me? Wait, that's not how the joke...
Let's talk about it later.
Okay, are we first gonna talk about what thing Leanne had you unlock? Are we gonna talk about that? I'm not gonna let that go.
Trust me, if I explain it now, it'll only confuse you.
You know what? Credit to him, that's almost definitely true. I guess we might as well ask why he was pretending to begin. Sure.
I know that Horodori Institute and Nyes are both caught up in the HB case. Gen was created at the Institute, and he was acquaintances with Tokiko.
Acquaintances with?
So, by borrowing his mask, I could snoop on Tokiko and other members of Horodori Institute.
Whoa, come on. Trying to outdo yourself with hand-waving Date's poorly faked death? By saying, like, even though we really haven't properly established it, Gen's just, like, casually allowed to, like, wander around Nyset Laws without being a member? Okay. Okay.
But why do you still look like that here?
Horodori Institute and Nyes people come here all the time.
What? Are you kidding me? This is such a massive oversight. We've been trying to gather information about these people for 6 years. We could have just, like, casually gotten Gen to cooperate and put, like, listening devices here. This is so stupid.
Imitating Gen makes it easier to eavesdrop on him.
Why reveal your identity now?
I'm gonna be honest. This has gotten way out of hand. I can't do this on my own. We need to work together to stop their plan.
Their plan?
Yeah, their Nirvana Initiative. So first, I contacted Mizuki Kuranushi.
Date and I met 6 years ago. He knew how to get a hold of me.
I shared everything I had, then told her to find you, Mizuki.
Okay, I don't know if this will ever be addressed, but here's another, like, mild timeline logistical error. So that occurrence happened 6 years ago. Kind of fair enough. When he sees her at the warehouse, he says something to the effect of, like, you look just like her. Which implies that he already knows that she's like a clone of Mizuki. But when would he have gotten that information? Like, shouldn't his reaction have been like, ah, Mizuki, and then her be like, no, I'm not Mizuki, and then there have been confusion? Like, that seems weird.
To help stop them?
Basically.
The stupid, perverted, porno mag collecting old man. Also my adoptive father, ugh. When did you find out about the corpse in the freezer? From Milton Bradley.
Last night. Date called me out of the blue. He told me about the corpse. And how he was pretending to be Genny. And everything else he knew.
It wasn't a long conversation. Where's the real Genny?
I don't know. Not here.
Awesome.
It's fine, I know where he is. Don't you have an idea too?
Not immediately, but maybe I should. Wait, I didn't get to ask BB.
Okay, I'll ask again. What's the deal with the corpse? Why is it in the freezer?
It's better that you see for yourself.
Let me just show you.
Another corpse?
No, not one more.
Not one at all.
Half of one?
It's half.
That was half of a man's head. This was 6 years ago? I guess this is when we were playing as Quartz. Tuxedo Mask. Investigating the past cathedral. So that was before it collapsed? But wasn't there... Wasn't there a point in that scene? Wasn't that the scene where someone said that, like, the cathedral had been rebuilt, and someone remarked there was enough time for that? Rebuilt from what? If that predated the collapse of the building?
So, you finished reading the file.
Yeah. Now do you understand?
No.
Now you know whose left half is in the freezer. Jin Furue.
Yeah, but that doesn't make me understand.
That's what he really looks like.
And this body?
Uru Somizuki. Terror. He murdered 3 people 6 years ago.
So many numbers.
Jin, Chikara, and Andy's Komeiji.
Are you referring to this mysterious box as the D6?
What's this? There's some kind of device in there.
It's the thing that, like, knocked out Ryuki. Was that 6 years ago? I think that was still 6 years ago. Cause, like, no, what? I think that happened around the time he got in trouble? Yeah, that was the thing that happened gameplay-wise. That was the thing that happened right before Boss was yelling at him, right? It's like he went down there and no one was there yet. And, like, he, like, went up to the box and got sprayed, and then, like, someone was behind him and he, like, chased him, and there was the comical torch-throwing fight. And then we left, and then Boss was mad at us. So, was that his transition? How did we find that? No, maybe that was here? Yeah, because you only find the access to the cathedral after Tokiko dies, right? Yeah, so the chase happens here, and then it's... Wait, but that would imply that it's 6 years ago that Boss was yelling at us and gave us, like, 3 days to solve the case or else. So if that's really true, then that does mean that he was on leave for, like, 6 years. So what the crap was he doing in the present? That doesn't seem correct.
It appears to be a jet-like nozzle device.
But based on the fact that Tuxedo Mask came here in the past to find that file? Or is that the present that happens? That is... It's like recent. It has to be the present. So, like... Okay. No, that doesn't make sense. Nope, never mind. So this is the point where Ryuki gets knocked out in the timeline. And, like, this is one of the biggest sticking points to me, because this makes no sense to me. Is that, like, Tuxedo Mask went into the Aura Insta Underge, and then, like, nothing happened? But then, like, 6 years later, at, like, the same time of day, Mizuki goes down there and finds, like, half of Tokiko's dead body? Lightly scowling. I don't understand what's happening. You changed!
That outfit was so hard to move in, with the wireframe and all the stuffing.
Are Liet and Kizuna okay? Why would I assume they're not? We were just talking to them. We have no reason to think anything bad happened. They probably just went to Atami. Leanne and Kizuna aren't here right now. Duh. We split
They're
at
not going
prom.
far away, are they?
They should be fine. They said they were gonna think hard about where to go.
Feels like an unnecessary thing to bring up more than once. Yeah, that's my understanding, Castle Arc, is that, like, Leanne is with Tuxedo Mask in the past, and then at that incredibly conveniently timed timeline split, Mizuki is, like, also with Leanne in, like, the same location in the present, which, like, strains credibility to the breaking point. Like, it's just ridiculous.
I don't need to explain it. You should already know.
Jin Furue, the child of Tokiko and Chikara.
He was born with a rare and complicated disease. It caused inoperable tumors to grow in the right half of his body.
Jin might have had it worst of all. He got his first transplant when he was really young.
I'm sorry, you believe Jin might have had it worst of all? Not the boy who was adopted solely for the purpose to have all of the organs harvested out of his body and then indoctrinated into a cult? You don't feel worse for that guy than the privileged child who got, like, the benefits of the horrifying nightmare situation? Okay. That's a choice.
I don't think he wanted to take organs from Uru.
No, I don't think it was his choice, but I still think Uru had it worse. He lost all his organs.
Remember what it said in Uru's diary?
I don't have organs anymore because this guy stole them from me.
He said he wanted to apologize. I think he is referring to Jin.
I don't care. I literally don't care about this detail.
So you think the transplant was done against Jin's will?
He was like a kid. He was relatively young. It's clearly Tokiko and Chikara running the show. What, you think Jin did this?
I'm not positive, but that's just the feeling I get.
Like, I just assumed that. Like, that needed to be explained? Baron Pervert. Why couldn't that have been a voiced line? Here's perhaps the most loaded question in the history of Somnium Files. What happened up till now? Do you have any idea what kind of answer we could get from asking a question like, what happened up till now?
I wanted to ask Shoma about the genetic experiments, so I visited him.
I looked like Gen, so it didn't raise any concerns.
He told me a lot.
About his body and his older sister, and about the hidden safe.
That's what we came here for. Wait, Shoma has an older sister?
Yeah, I thought it was stupid too.
Yeah,
You know her well.
Kizuna and Iris' friend.
A mermaid at Sunfish Pocket.
Why are we doing this? Why would we not just say the name of the person? They're like, we're playing like 20 questions or something to figure out who the sister was. Wow, hey, Trooper SGP, thank you for the raid. Hello to everybody. I don't really have a thing. I should have a thing for this. I have this. Hello. How's everyone? This is not a raid. My apologies. It merely represents a raid. It is a symbol. So I apologize. I'm not entirely sure how I can explain to you exactly what is going on. We're playing a visual novel game known as Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. And we're at, like, the most maddening point of the game. We just got, like, a big twist that sort of reframed, in a manner of speaking, everything we've experienced in, like, 36 hours of gameplay or something like that. And there's just, like, a lot of exposition happening, trying to catch everyone up to speed and try and straighten out the intertwined curves of madness that represent the plot of this game. I welcome and encourage you all to hang out, but it will be very difficult to understand what's happening. You will get to see me yell and think really hard and complain about stuff, so if you're into that, you are in the right place. Like I says, to be fair, you're asking them to use names in a game where everyone has really similar names, where 3/4 of the characters are some variation of Mama, Mome, Mama, and there's doppelgangers for several characters. This is a fair point, Neko, but they're literally trying to, like, disambiguate, like, this character. They're like, oh, Shoma has an older sister. And we're like, oh, he has an older sister? And they're like, yes, she's someone you know. Yes, she is one of the people employed as a mermaid at that maid cafe. Yes, she is a friend of them from high school or whatever. Oh, Angel, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope everything turns out alright, and that you're feeling better soon. Good luck with everything. Thank you for coming by. Oh yeah, there's yelling. I am not a master of setting up my microphone, so I definitely have tripped my cutoff sensor more than once already. Angelic Third says, "Sky is red, babies are falling from the sky, a kid is speaking in a deep voice." Got it. I might know what that's from, but it's not coming to mind. You have to give me some slack here because I'm really overclocking my brain trying to understand what's happening in this game right now. Case in point, Neko doesn't remember the name of this character. See, it doesn't help to describe them in this way, then, does it? Is this at all related to 999 No Escape? Tangentially. This game is created by the same director who made those games, but they're not in, like, the same canon. It's not like this is a prequel or a spin-off or something. It's done in a similar style, similar but not the same. But, like, its gameplay is less about the sort of escape room puzzle things that, like, those games are focused on. It's supposed to be sort of a detective mystery, and, like, the big shtick is that you have a sci-fi machine that lets you go into people's dreams and, like, learn things that they, like, won't tell you. But, like, they're sort of presented as these puzzles that you can't solve using logic because they're dream realities. Yeah, it definitely sort of expands on the art style from Zero Time Dilemma, but is, like, a lot more polished than that game.
Amame Doi.
Really?
Also, for some reason, we have this Tamagotchi that randomly asks us questions, and we can answer them, to seemingly no effect. How do you like your coffee? Siphon, coffee maker, hand squeezed, drip. It's hand squeezed. For sure. For sure, that's the best one. Do people not like hand squeezed coffee? I don't actually drink coffee, so maybe I'm off base on that one. Nope, that's everything he has to say. So, when did you get here? Are you gonna try and clear up some of the timeline nonsense?
Only a few hours ago, around 1 a.m.
Okay, so recently.
I asked Leon to open the door to the staircase.
So the lock you mentioned earlier.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That literally doesn't make any sense. This can't be... Oh. No, I get what they're saying. I just hate it. Because in this timeline, even though Lien had, like, recently sworn that he was never gonna open another lock again because he felt like doing that was criminal, even though he's, like, professionally a locksmith now. Like, Date gave him a call so he didn't complain about it. Even though Date wasn't here, like, he went with Tuxedo Mask, the other Mizuki.
That's right. The lock to the staircase door.
It just wasn't necessary to obscure that fact.
That's when I asked them about their plans to run away together.
Then the four of us headed down the stairs.
What? No, that doesn't make sense. The only time 4 people went here to the cathedral was, like, at the end of 6 years ago.
Leon carried Kizuno down.
And that's when we found the corpse on the ritual platform.
Do you mean to imply that slightly out of camera was a woman who has been stuck in a wheelchair for 6 years? Is that the thing that you want to imply to me right now? Because I'm not going to take kindly to that video game. That doesn't even feel like it makes sense in the context of this game, let alone the reference I don't want to think about. Like, literally, that doesn't make any sense. That, like, literally doesn't make any sense. Like, why would Lien, like... What? Okay, so, let's assume that we thought we'd find that safe and Lien would be able to break into it, right? Why bring Kizuna here? Why? Why bring a paraplegic girl who doesn't have access to a wheelchair or any safe method of transportation? Why carry her down underground into an unstable cathedral to find clues to a psychopathic murderer? Why would we do that? She can stay home. She can watch soap operas or whatever she wants to do. She doesn't need to be here for this. 6 years ago, a snail was crushed by a 6-ton boulder. Life is simply unfair, don't you think, Castle Arg? Because they eloped? That's not a sufficient answer. Why jeopardize her safety over that? Like, that would be a much better reason for him to not help open the door than the other thing. Actually, no, you know what? I'm misremembering that. No, I'm misremembering that. Because I got upset before because the end didn't have a problem breaking into Gen's freezer to show Mizuki that frozen half of a corpse. And I remember that because I was like, he's your best friend. You swore you'd never reveal the secret. You're not even putting up a fight. Why are you just opening this lock? So that means that the one that Date asked him to do was the one that he put up a fight about? That doesn't make any sense either. Oh. I refuse to call this character BB. You can't make me do it. Tell me about Uru.
I can't really say anything more than what's in the file. Uru Mizuki. He's the child that was kidnapped from Iowan when he was 6.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave some of those questions unanswered, I assume.
It was Chikara and Tokiko who took him. They wanted to make him Jin Furue's donor.
So for over a decade, they did surgery after surgery, giving more and more of Uru to Jin.
Yeah, but like at some point are you gonna explain how it's possible that Uru continued to function with like most of his organs gone?
Half of his face, too.
The skin he lost was replaced by an artificial skin made of carbon chitin.
Which is also pretty insane.
Half his face was transplanted onto Jin's as well.
Yeah, we didn't have technology for the full face-off, but we had half a face-off.
Right.
We had Don Travolta, but not John Travolta.
Birthmark on the left side of his face.
A holy symbol for the Order of Percent. It was considered sacred.
This also doesn't make any sense to me because it feels like the Order of Percent would be founded based on someone born with this mark other than vice versa. But sure, we'll just keep going with that.
And Chikara, being a devoted follower, couldn't get himself to rip that skin off.
Gross.
Which is why the left half of Jin's face was left untouched.
And after all those transplants, Jin's body ended up being cut in half.
Like most people's bodies have been cut in half. Don't worry about it.
6 years later, February of this year, Uru's body was cut in half.
So what was discovered was Jin's right half and Uru's left half.
Jin and Uru are essentially mirror images of one another.
This requires far too much explanation for this to be clever.
So when the police were identifying Uru's body, they got their DNA sample to compare against from Jin's organs.
And because those were originally taken from Uru, it naturally follows that they match.
So that's why...
That is the mistake that caused investigators to believe that they were the same person.
But like, it feels like kind of a moot point because by the time that mistake happened, both people were dead anyway. How did you find out?
I used Marco's X-ray function.
Huh?
Marco? The name of my AI ball in my left eye.
Alright, I think I'm upset. I think this feeling in my body is upset. It's hard to tell at this point. Okay. Go over here. Thank you for the follow, Angelic Dirt. Thank you. But the only way that this like weird time twist works is if Tuxedo Mask had Aiba for the past. So what? Breathe, Vasco. If if she had Aiba for the duration of this investigation in the past, why was Aiba taken away and replaced with another one? We already knew that Date, like, had Aiba. If it's not a clone of Aiba, then why not just have assigned to her something that wasn't Aiba to begin with? Yeah, check out our Pinterest. It tracks the events of the game in a profoundly unhelpful way. I will refer to it often, trying to make sense of this game, which, spoiler alert, no, it doesn't make sense. Okay, are you going to introduce me to Marcos?
He's pretty shy. He doesn't talk much.
God, I hate you.
Like someone else I know.
Excuse me, are you talking about me?
I know Aiba really well. We were partners 6 years ago.
This is dumb. This is the dumbest one yet. This is very dumb.
When I was hired at Abyss, I was supposed to get Marco transplanted into my left eye.
But because we wanted to deceive you, for some reason it didn't happen and something much more confusing happened.
But he wasn't finished yet.
Oh, okay.
So instead, I got Aiba. But Aiba and Date. Yeah, Aiba and Date were kind of fighting at the time.
Oh my god.
And I needed to see if I was compatible with an AI ball at all, so...
I see. I apologize. I do not remember anything from back then.
Yeah, because of the other blaring, obvious plot contrivance that for basically the entire 6 years ago portion of the case that we investigated, like all the automatic cloud backups for these sentient AIs were destroyed, so a bad thing happened and she doesn't remember anything from that time period. Cool.
Because of the explosion, right?
Yes.
It's kinda sad.
This requires far too much
I
explanation.
made so many memories with you, Aiba.
Yeah, and Aiba deleted them. What now?
I've been wondering. 6 years ago, why did Uru cut the bodies in half?
We already had to go over this.
That was for the Nirvana Initiative, right? Yeah, but what does that have to do with the plan? And speaking of, is the Nirvana Initiative still happening?
I mean, if it weren't, I probably wouldn't be sitting here.
After all, Terror's dead. Right, the mastermind is dead.
Yeah, but he was, sort of part of a cult. Cults are kind of good about dedicating themselves to causes, you know?
But you saw it. On the night of the 13th, on the rooftop of Misatan. That was Terror. It was definitely Uru's voice.
No, hang on. We've gone out of our way to establish, voice-changing technology. Also, Terror has the worst voice changer of all time that definitely sounds like Charlie Brown's parents, and as a result, it could literally be anyone under that.
But Uru should have been dead.
Perhaps his voice was recorded.
This is also very possible.
Either way, the rehearsal happened even after Terror died.
I think Nathan Fielder
Which
did it.
means
The main event will likely still happen as well.
Yeah, it's safe to assume it will proceed as planned.
But I still don't understand the full scope of the Nirvana Initiative.
Nobody does, because even though it's literally the title of the game, we've spent precious little time actually learning anything about it. We just know that they're trying to, because Nizet Laws believes that all of reality is a simulation, they want to create such an implausible event on such a large scale that it will cause, this entire virtual reality to collapse in on itself and free all of the people within it from the simulation. But frankly, how do we know that they're all player characters? Perhaps there's just one player character, and if we end the game, then everyone will be turned into nulls, just like in Reboot.
When? Where? How? We are completely in the dark.
Why don't you ask the culprit?
Yeah, good idea. Hey, Uru, what's up with your plan, you asshole?
God, I hope a ghost comes out and kills us all.
No, that's not what I meant. There are other culprits. Whoever killed Uru and Tokiko.
I don't think we have leads about
You
that.
believe they might know something about the Nirvana Initiative?
Why would that be surprising? If they killed them, there's a very real possibility they know something. The bigger issue is who on the crapping earth is that?
I don't know for sure, but they at least might have some clues.
We don't have enough information yet. Looks like we're gonna need some extra help.
Help?
Over here. Come with me.
It could be Shoma, but like,
There's nothing over here.
I mean, the game is pretty overtly implied that like Shoma is not actively working with them. At least in the sense of like when we asked him incriminating questions, the game went out of its way to be like, you should trust this answer. Even though I do think that there's definitely some link to the weird videos that everyone believes are causing weird things to happening, and him, I think he's making them or something. Amame could fit in. I guess it's possible that Amame could have learned Terror's identity, and because Terror had killed her father, she killed Terror. And there is some implication that, like, she knows stuff about the Nirvana Initiative that's never been adequately explained, but, like, it seems like if she opposed Terror that she wouldn't want to, like, continue with his plan. So I don't think that she could be responsible for both of those. It does seem like Ryuki could definitely be involved because he did, like, betray us to work with Terror, and the specifics of when and the extent of that are not entirely clear.
You would think that, right? But check this out.
Open sesame!
Man, I hope a ghost comes out and kills us all.
Marco, please. What is this?
Some real Scooby-Doo nonsense, if you ask me.
As you can see, it's a hidden passage.
But why is it here?
Let's get moving.
I really want, like, the old Scooby-Doo theme song to play. Dun, 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 dun. When exactly did Terror die? On day 0 in the present. Like, February 10th. Which, like, again, is, like, such, like, a probability-defying, like, nonsensical coincidence that it really strains credibility.
What?
Oh, get lost! Video game! Video game, you are the worst! How does this game keep one-upping itself on how dumb its depths are? This is... oh my god, this is so...
What does this mean?
For some reason, there were always 2 copies of this so that we could destroy one and still have one for plot reasons.
It means exactly what you see.
There are 2 cathedrals? That's right.
Mizuki, look.
Ryuki.
I'm here too.
What is happening? Why is Tama suddenly, like, acknowledging and responding to us?
Tama.
How is Ryuki doing?
And if Marcos exists, how come he's not interacting? Don't give me that shy crap. It's another extremely contrived nonsense.
Terrible. It was a bad idea to show him this place. He's been like this for hours.
Tiny Ryuki. About Kizuna, do you know where the execution chamber is? Game's hiccuping pretty bad.
So she eloped, huh? Had nothing to do with the video. It was just Ryuki's active imagination.
I mean, in fairness, she had already been kidnapped once. You okay there, buddy? Did your girlfriend become the
He
moon?
appears to at least be breathing.
It might not be if there was rope and a branch in here.
Wow, that's a super dark joke! What a dark joke! Isn't there a Robot Chicken sketch of, like, this is the darkest joke? Like, we've done it. We accomplished the darkest joke ever. I want that clip right now.
This has been eating at Ryuki for the past 6 years.
Can you elaborate, like, a lot? Because I have a lot of questions, but I'm not gonna like your answers anyway. So if you don't want to, like, that's probably fine.
He regretted what he did and blamed himself. He betrayed Date and shot Mizuki Kuranushi with stun bullets.
Okay, again, that happened. But why is it that Ryuki was like... God. Well, no, well, Ryuki's twin is supposed to be dead. Ryuki's twin is supposed to have died, like, years ago. I think years ago before the first one? Wait, when did he actually get threatened with the firing? That was in the 6 years ago. So I think that was supposed to be, like, 8 or 10 years ago or something. So... it seems confusing to me that it seems like Ryuki had some access to the sync machine in the present, which means that he still has a job and at least isn't arrested. No, I don't think Ryuki's been here the whole time. Thomas said something like it was a mistake to show him this, which kind of implies that happened recently.
And what happened to Mizuki, Date, and Kizuna on top of that? Yeah, Terror detonated the bomb, but it was Ryuki who told Date about this place. If he never did, Kizuna and Mizuki wouldn't have been hurt. That's what's been plaguing him. He started drinking, which made the whole thing worse.
I don't care if he feels bad about it. I still don't forgive him.
Easy. He had his reasons.
I also implemented a self-destruct program. If I activate it, she'll be lost forever.
Oh, hang on. This could happen at any time, and it's really important. What is love for you? It feels like a failing of the localization of this game that none of these options is baby don't hurt me no more. What is love? A type of biology program. I don't like talk with no thought behind it. It's an interesting response to that. Well, hey, why are you here, buddy?
Date called me.
Yeah. I told him to head over to the other cathedral.
Does that mean he saw Uru's corpse and Tokiko's file?
He did, yep. And then he came here through the hidden passage.
So, how come none of the AI balls who were present 6 years ago when this cathedral collapsed were able to detect that secret passage? How come they couldn't find Andantino's secret passage? It feels like that might have been a better way to escape than the one we did that got Date squished by a cartoon boulder. What about the self-destruct program in Tama? Well, I guess Uru's dead, so it doesn't matter anymore? I guess this maybe was made out of tungsten. Then how did the AI balls who were here in the present manage to detect it?
I was overhauled completely during maintenance a few years back, and that function was deleted.
Okay. Yeah, sure, why not?
That's when Ryuki opened up about what happened.
Why didn't you share this earlier?
I couldn't. Ryuki betrayed Abyss. He did something you can't come back from.
And yet, like, we seem to be employed by them? I'm a little unclear about
I
it.
couldn't let anyone find out.
So you protected him.
It's the same reason I didn't upload the investigation data from 6 years ago.
Oh, Lord. So, oh my god. So you're trying to explain away literally any trail of evidence at all. Both Aiba and Tama, any data that they gathered during the investigation 6 years ago is just like completely gone. You realize how stupid you sound, right, game? Like, you understand that when you say these things, you sound like a crazy person? Like, oh my god. Like, what even is the point of anything, then? How is that not a bigger deal? How would that not come up? Oh my god. Jimmy Christmas.
I made an oath. No matter what, I will protect Ryuki.
Oh, that's good. Go more rogue. That's good.
But Ryuki himself could have informed us sooner.
You should know why he didn't do that. Why he gave in to Terror's demands.
He wanted to protect his loved ones.
Wouldn't you do the same?
Aw. Cute Tama. Sarah says Tama is Gen now. Do you mean that there's just like a third copy of Gen walking around and it's controlled by AI? That's also a pretty good question, Anime. We underwent severe maintenance that happened to remove the self-destruct feature, which, again, I'll argue, like, isn't even a thing we really need to explain away because, like, Uru died. But, like, how did that maintenance not find the mission data? That would suggest that she had to have deleted it and thus still wouldn't have it, right? It's Ryuki. Oh, I have to... something else. About Ryuki.
Do you hate Ryuki? Of course I do. I want to shove a pipe in his mouth and stir up his organs.
Hey, that's a waste of perfectly good organs that we could give to a serial killer.
6 years ago, he... It made my heart condition worse. It affected my work. I can't investigate properly if I have to go to the hospital all the time. But when I heard you recently joined Abyss, I shadowed you. And February 10th, when you went to the stadium...
Yeah, you shot at someone. What was that about?
I got there before you and found the corpse. At the time, I had no clue it was Uru's left half.
Wait, explain that reasoning to me again? You, like, wanted to help the investigation, so you shadowed Mizuki, but somehow beat her to the first thing that she investigated? That's not shadowing, that's just doing the investigation.
But I knew it had to do with the HB case from 6 years ago. I told you before that the one thing I wanted was for you to live a normal life.
Yeah, that was, like, never gonna happen. I hope you know
I
that.
couldn't let you get caught up in this case. I had to stop you.
You didn't do a very good job of even trying to do that.
That's why...
Wait, she, like, really was trying to shoot at us? That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Why is it that all of your explanations are stupid? Shouldn't some of them accidentally be reasonable?
I see. You shot at Mizuki to dissuade her from finding the corpse.
She had already found the corpse by the time you shot at her, clown! Oh my god. She seems a little pissed. Thanks. Oh, Dachi's on the other side? Oh, missed you there, Date. 2 cathedrals?
Marco,
both alike in dignity?
Can you send Aiba the data?
Got it. Opening it.
I swear to God, if you don't show me Marcos, I'm going to lose my mind.
It is a cross-section of the 2 cathedrals.
Oh, good. An Uchikoshi diagram. This will explain everything. This didn't really explain anything. This is, like, pretty much the baseline of what I would have assumed.
You get it now? There's one on the east and one on the west.
Right. We clearly went through a tunnel from one that's not destroyed to one that's destroyed. Clearly there's 2 of them connected by a tunnel. There's no new information here. Other than the fact that the second one doesn't have an elevator, which, like, I kind of assumed.
Terror blew up the west one. This one, right here.
Which happens to be the same side Ryuki met Terror.
Terror blew up the west side? Didn't he blow up the east side? What? How did people get out if they didn't have the elevator? What?
What he called his execution chamber.
On the east side was Uru's corpse and Tokiko's file.
And that mysterious box.
Well, that's true. Since that side had the mysterious box and this one didn't, which feels rather arbitrary, that does mean that that's the one Ryuki went to. Which chamber had the chains and locks all over the door? So the west one is the one that's destroyed, right? So it has to be the east one. The one with the elevator, and it also has the chains and locks.
The one connected to the Nyes building is the east one. You can take the elevator up to the president's office.
Ryuki, you made a mistake.
That's a pretty profound understatement.
But lying around here in all your misery isn't gonna fix anything. If you really regret what you did, solve this case. That's the only way to atone. Ryuki, I remember one night we went out drinking. You told me about your little brother. You always talk about him when you drink. You made him a promise, right? You said, I'll become a hero of justice. If I've fallen, I just need to get back up again. You used to say it all the time. It doesn't matter how many times you fall. As long as you have a body to do it, you climb back up again. Come on, Ryuki. Climb above the debris.
But what if you only have half a body?
It doesn't matter if you're pitiful. It doesn't matter if you show vulnerability. You struggle, you crawl, and you make it back to the top. That's what we do. That's what makes us human.
Ah, but are we human or are we dancer?
Mr. Date. Everyone.
Don't say everyone. I'm pretty sure Tuxedo Mask is still sizing you up to kill you. What's he holding? Is he holding Renju's watch from the first game?
Ryuki, now's not the time to cry. Come climb up here.
You mean...
Don't get me wrong. I'll only forgive you after we solve this case. So...
You might still stir up some organs, though.
Okay.
After that, we all shared information. Aiba, Tama, and Maruko shared everything on the local network. Hey, I'm gonna go out on a limb and propose that perhaps Marcos's name in Japanese is Maruko? Anyone think that's possible? Anyone think we missed this one in our localization pass? Seeing as I don't otherwise know who Maruko is? That just me? Dante received everything as well via the device implanted in his left eye socket. What a comfortable sentence. Anything that wasn't recorded electronically, we shared verbally. We essentially became a hive mind at this time. Everything from 6 years ago, everything from this year, all the information including Somnia from top to bottom.
So, the first thing on the agenda is stopping the Nirvana Initiative.
Okay, that hasn't changed in the past however many minutes we became a hive mind. Oh man. Is it like 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? Because it sure feels like it.
When? Where? How? We don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I sort of mentioned some time ago that we really basically don't have any leads, right?
We should know everything except where. Tama shared all her data, right?
So... does that mean that the discovery of the 2/15/1200, that's from... when did we get that information? It's like way later than this, but it was from Ryuki's detective work? don't know. But if that applies to now, the 6 years from now present time, then that would mean... Actually, what day is it currently, for Cripe's sake? It is the 15th, but it's like midnight-ish. It's like really early on the morning of the 15th. Also, it's kind of maddening that, like, part of the conceit of this whole timey-wimey DNA garbage is that, like, neither detective literally ever sleeps and is always conscious from, like, midnight into the next day, so it can, like, change perspectives when it feels like it.
I did receive the information.
I didn't give it a close look.
I really don't trust you, so I didn't read it.
Ryuki, can you tell us more about the Nirvana Initiative?
Yeah, I'll explain everything in order.
Oh, please summarize for me.
First, Terror, Uru, created a video.
About the videos.
Uru created 3 videos.
Bats 490, Nirvana Trial, Nirvana Initiative?
QR video, Nirvana Trial, and Nirvana X.
Close up.
The QR video was the first.
The QR code on the signboard in Jin's body. That was a link to the video, right?
Right. So it was first made public 6 years ago, on February 10th.
Mm-hmm.
The motive was...
Merely a small part of my plan.
Such complex motives.
There were stories about people who went missing after watching the video, but...
It's just an urban legend.
It was actually the second video that caused people to go missing.
That one's super occult,
The
though.
Nirvana Trial. It was uploaded on February 9th.
Back when Uru was still alive.
But what for?
I think it was a beta version of Nirvana X, the third video.
Nirvana X gonna give it to you.
For testing purposes for the main event.
Testing what?
There was a code, like Bats 490 in the Nirvana Trial video.
It's trying to gather a bunch of people to a single place so that the TC-PERGE missile will, like, blow up above a huge crowd of people. Is that more or less it? Anyway, it says, there's no reason we have to press a dialogue button. You mean because his story was continuous through that point where we just asked him to, like, finish his sentence? Yeah, I agree. It's a little weird. We've done it before. It doesn't make sense.
That code led to the Eastern Cathedral. The coordinates led to the staircase.
Yeah, but that door has tons of locks.
Right, but the staircase had another code.
Was it Kizuna's voice print saying butthole?
By solving that, you could collect the numerous keys located all over the city.
I see. It's the Battle City locator cards.
And those who did solve everything would be able to unlock the door to the Eastern Cathedral.
Frankly, you only need one person to do that, right?
Did you notice the box? Inside was a device that shot TC-PERGE.
Oh, that's such an upsetting thing. I mean, we knew he had TC-PERGE, but I really hate the idea that there's just a jack-in-the-box that gives you, like, super, like, dementia blast.
If you open the box, it triggers.
Maybe put, like, a post-it note on that so people don't go near the box? It's kind of just sitting there.
When it enters the brain, it can even overwrite the DNA structure inside neurons. It can make you see things, make you dance.
A fate worse than death.
It makes you do weird things over and over.
And it spreads in the air. If this virus gets out somehow, the human race is in for a rough trip.
I'll be honest with you. I don't precisely remember when or where that dialogue clip is from.
Can you picture it? The whole world going crazy. People everywhere doing unpredictable things. Crazy things. Over and over.
Because there was a point where I was like, how do we know that the virus is airborne? And apparently he told us that, and I just don't remember that happening.
I'll be honest. I contracted TC-PERGE.
Dang, dude. Give people a heads up. And then, like, socially distance. And, like, probably wear a mask. I don't know.
Because I opened the box.
What's in the box?
But it's okay. Ryuki has developed a resistance to it.
Oh, is it? Is it okay because Ryuki developed a resistance to it? Is that what happened? Is that what we're saying happened? Yeah, sure, okay, yeah, why not?
And he can't spread it either.
Of course not. Obviously.
Having said that, TC-PERGE is still a problem.
So he kind of just like got better, right? Like what? Oh my god, this game. Jiminy Christmas, man.
Before the body develops a resistance, it can spread. Not to mention the neurons that are damaged can't be repaired.
That's why Ryuki was acting weird.
Is that what it looked like? When I was infected with TC-PERGE, my symptoms got worse. Disorientation, short-term memory loss, hallucinations.
He's been seeing hallucinations for 6 years now. The mental trauma of what happened to his brother.
Anyway, those who solved the code and opened the box contracted TC-PERGE. And as a result, they started acting strangely.
So, that must mean that the guy who works for the Kumakuras, who was hanging out at Lemniscate, he must have solved it, right?
And now, there are people dancing and rioting in the streets. And a lot of suicides.
Were we aware that, like, that had already started happening? I was vaguely under the impression that that was, like, the plan, but it hadn't happened yet. But now we're acting like that's not common knowledge?
I see. These people would have no motivation to return home.
That's an extremely weird conclusion to have drawn from the series of things that were just stated.
That's why so many people went missing.
In other words, Uru's experiments were a success. He's dead now, but his plan is still alive.
Isn't there just like a comically large plug we could pull out of the wall or something?
I'm guessing his lackeys are carrying out the plan now. To raise the curtain on the main event.
I don't know. I still don't think it makes sense for like that to be the explanation for Half-Might, that he was doing it for his brother if they're the same age. Like, even if he's hallucinating, like, it's just, he still would think of him as being his same age, wouldn't he? Like, it feels weird for the like, if he's hallucinating his brother, like, it feels weird for him to, like, be aware of the fact that his brother died, and thus there'd be, like, some hypothetical, like, age difference. Like, that just feels really weird to me. To, like, have some level of awareness, but also, like, a deliberate unawareness.
I think I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna shoot the rocket somewhere.
With TC-PERGE on the warhead.
The rocket will explode.
And the virus will spread?
This isn't new information. Hey, gang, this part isn't new information. This we knew already.
Yeah.
Most likely, yes.
Tons of people will get infected with TC-PERGE.
It will grow in their bodies.
And inevitably spread.
From one person to another.
If we do things that are beyond the comprehension of the designer.
You know, the funny thing about this is that the guy who designed this game is so insane it would probably be impossible to derive something that would be beyond his comprehension.
Simultaneously, all around the world, bugs will start appearing everywhere.
This will lead all mankind to reach moksha, an emancipation from this fictional world.
This is still a hanging point for me. Is like, there's no stated expectation of what this is or why it would be good. And like, Tokiko is like too rational of a character for me to think that she's just like radically fanatical. I mean, it's very similar in some ways to Radical 6 or Fanatic Bio R, but like, it's clearly he just really likes his fictional viruses. It's a thing. I mean, like, there's a level at which this plan makes sense, but it's like also like totally bananas. It's Banana Sunday.
That is the Nirvana Initiative.
Even if this Nirvana thing turns out to be bullshit, the virus itself is a problem.
I mean, that's essentially my only real concern. If we stop the virus from happening, then, like, the rest of it doesn't matter because all of it hinges on the virus, which is bad in and of itself.
Right. I don't know if it will really cause glitches to appear or anything, but it'll be mass hysteria.
It's completely irrelevant as to whether or not that's
There was
true.
already an uptick in suicides.
Right, but the problem is the virus and not the other thing. When is it going to happen? I know this one. It's 2/15/1200.
The final video, Nirvana X, is already public.
There's a 7-digit number, which is probably a time and a date.
February 15th, 12 o'clock.
Noon, today.
Iva, what time is it now?
7:55 a.m.
We barely have 4 hours left.
Where's it gonna happen?
Well,
We don't know.
my guess is the other letters that were in the video are some kind of code too.
We could ask Shoma.
Maybe they point to a location.
We could ask Shoma. He's really good at deciphering AR nonsense from videos, but he might also be like Terror 2.0. It's not clear.
No. I converted the letters to numbers and checked the coordinates.
Okay, but like, why are you randomly assuming that whatever you performed on the letters was the correct operation? Maybe there's some kind of cipher or clue elsewhere in the video you're neglecting to take into account. Don't horror inst underge me, game. I know better.
It's an area in the Pacific Ocean. No land around.
Of course!
I don't think those coordinates are where the plan is happening.
Then where could it be?
But what if this was only half of the coordinates? Cause like half bodies or some dumb garbage.
Oh, I remember something BB said earlier.
Stop calling her that.
Corporate who killed Uru and Tokiko. Maybe they have a clue.
Right.
Well, in that case, there is one person. I don't know if they're the culprit, but they might have some valuable information.
Someone we spent a whole day looking for as Ryuki, but never found.
I didn't know where to find them before, but I've got a good idea now.
Is it Sunfish
That
Pocket?
person, she's probably with Shoma.
Of course, because they're such close siblings who've never been in the same room together before. BB? You mean big sis? Well, I certainly don't mean little. Oh my god, what even noise would the transition make? What sound would it make?
I understand. I'll tell you the truth.
Hey, did this game become like an RPG? Are we gonna have like a fight with them now? Are they the final boss? This specific group of characters in an angry formation?
Big sis!
No, hang on, no. Big Sis is Tuxedo Mask, also known as Big Sis, also known as BB, also known as Quartz. This is a Mame Doi, also known as Mame, also known as a mermaid from Sunfish Pocket. Stop trying to make this game even more confusing than it already is, Shoma.
Amame.
The corpse in the freezer at Brahmin. I'm the reason it's there. It's my fault. 6 years ago, February 11th, my father called me here. Shoma wasn't here. Only my father and half a corpse.
I mean, let's be honest, your father was basically worth half a corpse, so it's kind of like one whole dead person. Oh man, my voice is raw today. Mame told us that Jin's body was hidden under the floor. The same half-body that was in the suitcase. Mame said that she'd take care of it. She brought it to Gen, and they stored it at the freezer at Brahmin.
Genny didn't do anything wrong. I asked him to do it.
That's not how crimes work. I know I've said it before, but that's not how crimes work.
And Shoma has nothing to do with this. He just found out too.
Mame, that's not what we're here to ask.
We already knew that. Adoy. A Mame Adoy.
We're looking for the person who killed Terror and Tokiko.
What? Terror is dead?
Yeah, apparently he's been dead kind of a while. Oh my god, it was Ador Rooster the whole time! I told him about Terror's identity and the Nirvana Initiative as quickly as we could. Now it was like 11:42 and we really needed to know where we were going.
You can tell us more about what you know at the station.
Or you could do it now. We kind of only have a few hours to save the world or whatever.
Come on, mate. Will you come with us?
No, no! I don't care what you say! You can't take Big Sis away!
I can't tell you how much I hate this. Like, I really can't tell you how much I hate this. The fact that we've, like, barely established a relationship between these characters at all, and, like, now he wants to fight us to the death over Amame, who he's, like, basically not shared a scene with. I know that's not technically true, but, like, more or less he hasn't had a scene together with her. And, like, a couple hours of gameplay ago, they're like, oh my god, she's the most important person in his life, Amame Doi. Someone I guess he's met in passing before.
I agree with Shoma. I don't want you taking Amame away.
What's the problem? We just want to talk.
Wait, Amame. Did you kill Terror and Tokiko?
It's starting to seem that way.
What are you saying?
Amame didn't kill anyone.
I mean, I think she might have killed Terror. She didn't want to talk about Tokiko, but knew something about Tokiko. Maybe it's because she killed Tokiko, but if that's true, she's got, like, the worst poker face, like, of all time. I hate how much I have to look at this stupid flowchart now. So yeah, like, So, like, yesterday, Ryuki synced with Amame, but, like, didn't realize until later that she would have seen Terror. But that relates to something that happened 6 years ago, so it's kind of wild that that came up in the Somnium at all. So, like, I don't know how Amame would have found Terror or found out where Terror was. I guess it's possible that 6 years ago, Terror did fall in love with Amame, like I had originally thought, and then he, like, went to go find her 6 years later. I don't know why he would wait 6 years, but for plot convenience reasons. And then when that happened, she, like, I don't know, like, tricked him into going to the bread slicer to, like, cut him in half? Like, that seems pretty wild, though. God, good grief. Let me ask a stupid question super quick.
I won't let you. She's my sister.
But we're not here to arrest Mame.
The statute of limitations for abandoning a corpse is 3 years.
Okay, sure.
She can't be prosecuted for hiding a body 6 years ago.
But I have a bad feeling.
A bad feeling?
If she's not guilty of anything, then that's all the more reason you can't take her. I'm not gonna let anyone drag her away.
Hey, listen, kid, I know that you don't see the other universes the way that I do as the guy playing the game, but we tried this once, and Gen died, and Mommy wasn't thrilled with the result. So, like, maybe don't die on this hill? 'Cause you gonna die?
I already lost my dad.
Yeah, but he was a man made out of Minecraft. He was, like, essentially a monster.
If you take Big Sis, I'm gonna... When I was in 1st grade, Big Sis gave me a radio-controlled toy.
I need you to stop calling her Big Sis. It's very important to me that you stop calling her Big Sis. Not because of how annoyed I am about the fact you're artificially making your relationship seem more important. There's already, like, 3 characters named Big Sis. You can't start referring to your sister that way, regardless of the fact that she is literally your big sister. You need to stop. You need to stop. Oh my god, who made this emote? Who did this, Castle Arg? Why is there Komeji's giant face emote? It's very bad.
That's how I got into building things. She took me to robot expos and bought me books and parts.
Yeah, this does seem like something that would have been good to know yesterday.
She's working hard to save money to send me to college. These last 6 years have been hell.
Hey, can someone riddle me this? So, like, really early in the game, Mommy makes it clear that it's important to her to keep her job because she's trying to save up, and I guess a big part of that is Shoma, sure, whatever, whatever, that's fine. But, like, it was also made clear that, like, her mom was, like, kind of poor, or a deadbeat, or something. And how come we've never met the mom? Or that doesn't matter, or something? So Arg says, super great Fred made it for his stream, along with, oh god, it's another, oh jeez. But why? The question is, why do that?
It was hard and painful. Sometimes I wanted to die, but she's always cheered me up and supported me.
Are the children in Uchikoshi games always suicidal? What's up with that?
During all of the gene therapy.
Big Sis always protected me.
She always protected you. How come there was so much gene therapy?
Now it's my turn to protect her. She's more important to me than my own life. So...
It's vaguely possible her mom is Tokiko too, but, like, I think I'm gonna have an aneurysm if that's true.
If you're gonna take her, you're gonna have to kill me first!
Shoma.
Shoma.
Do you hate Terror? The man who killed your father? Terror's plan is still ongoing. The Nirvana Initiative? It's going to bring Nai's madness to the whole world.
But wait. If this is the timeline where he didn't make up with Komeji because Komeji died, that means that Shoma, like, still believes in Nai stuff, doesn't it?
We need to talk to Mame in order to stop it. Do you want Terror to win? Don't you want to stop his plan? Destroy his ambitions? Isn't that the only way to get closure for your father's death? If you resent Terror, if you want revenge, please. We need your help, Shoma.
Does anyone else find it unsettling that Gen is just staring off into the distance?
Sorry. I can't let you do that. I came here to protect Amame. Date. If only you didn't find the body in the freezer.
Gen is always unsettling. That's fair, Neko. That's fair.
I'm trying to tell you we're not here to arrest anyone.
But I just can't let you.
Gen, you're not making any sense.
I don't wanna!
Are you hiding something?
Oh, is Gen the one that actually killed them? That actually, I think, makes a lot more sense. I mean, it would certainly be a lot... Actually, that makes kind of a lot more sense. Because, like, apparently, even though we just learned this, he has this super casual connection with Naizatlaz and can just wander around freely there. So, like, yeah, like, maybe he would have been privy to some information, or at least enough information to learn the identity of Terror, and then, like, find his hideout and cut his body in half or whatever.
Amame accepted every part of me.
Every part? Ugh.
She saw me for who I was. It wasn't out of pity or sympathy. Her accepting me came naturally, like it was nothing. I've never met anyone like her, and I need to care for her the way she's cared for me. I promise to protect Amame. So I can't let you.
Kenny.
That's all the more reason, then.
If you really have those feelings for her...
If we do nothing, Terror will accomplish his mission.
A terrible virus is going to spread.
The world will devolve into chaos. No one will be safe.
Not even Amame.
No.
So you need to help us.
We need Mame's information to stop this plan.
Amame must know something.
Are you okay with ruining her future?
Don't you want to protect her?
Then please.
We're still part of a hive mind, huh? The reason we want to talk to Mame.
You know something important, don't you?
I do feel like we're wasting quite a lot of time on this.
Something about the Nirvana Initiative and terror. Maybe something about Tokiko. That's what we're here to find out.
Oh god. Oh, Jiminy G. Willikers, no. Jeepers. Come on. Dang it. Jeez. Gonna do one of these, huh? Let's start 6 years ago, I guess.
6 years ago, on February 13th, you saw terror, didn't you, Mame?
Wait, hold on. Castlearg, is this like a half a giraffe statistic? If you line up all the VLR door transitions, are they, like, collectively an hour long? Is that a true fact? Or are you just saying they feel super long?
At Studio Devita?
Yeah, this seems to be where it starts for her. Oh my god, there's a YouTube video at them. That's amazing. That's the best thing I've ever heard.
What happened back then? What did he say? You still haven't told us. I looked into her head yesterday, but there was nothing on what happened at Devita. But in the Somnium, Mame said...
Nirvana. Collected. Genocide.
Which would mean you know something about the Nirvana Initiative.
Which has been apparent for a while, but for some reason none of the characters wanted to know, and instead we were, like, messing around doing dumb garbage. Oh, we're just not gonna get any answers, we're just gonna prompt a bunch of times? Sure, how about February 10th of this year?
5 days ago, on February 10th. Did you meet with Tokiko? We don't have hard evidence, but a witness saw you.
Oh, that's right. Someone mentioned that happening at the Horodori Institute, didn't they? Something? I don't remember who said that, and it was like a really long time ago.
Anyway, Mame headed into Horodori Institute by herself. I saw another person follow her in right after. It was Tokiko. Tokiko Shigure, president of NICE Japan.
Nico asks, couldn't you just do another 1 hour wink sync? That's a great idea, because the 6-second time limit only lasts when the game doesn't have a lot of content for us. When there's like a lot of content, it's like that time we were in Somnium and used to time equals 1 second timey to spend a year learning how to cook in the hyperbolic time chamber. Alright, February 12th this year.
Ryuki looked into Tokiko's head. 3 days ago, on February 12th, he saw Tokiko threatening someone.
I saw everything. If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
Is it to Marble? No one wants to go to there.
Could Tokiko have been threatening you, Amame?
About Komeiji.
Well...
I know this is a touchy subject, so let me say it. Terror killed Komeiji, your father. It stands to reason that you absolutely despise Terror.
Are you saying she killed him?
That's ridiculous!
Do I talk to the robot? What's left to...
You finished that robot, right?
Oh, yeah.
You named it Robo-G, huh?
Yeah, it's the second one, like a second child, so I named him Robo-G.
That's probably hilarious in Japanese. I'll just move on.
He's much more powerful than before.
That's a really ominous thing to say when we're talking about killing people, dude. Maybe don't say stuff like
I
that.
can hold so much more weight than the previous model. Wait a minute, who cares? Could you people just leave?
Apparently not. Let me look in... Let me real quick just look in the... Oh, good. There's some time bombs from Terror's secret lair that happen to be in your closet. That's kind of a problem. Hey, Ice Bunny, how's it going? Gosh, we're having a time. We're getting closer and closer to the end of this game, and it's not gonna make any sense. But like, come and hang out, and Sean, that's great. I love Sean, but I also love Jason. I can't choose my favorite son. That's not how people do. I talked. Today was the birthday of a friend of mine who I haven't talked to in almost exactly a year, even though I don't think it was like because the last time I talked to him was his birthday. And since then, he has a whole child. So that's, you know, Jason! That's interesting. That's part of my day. And then, like, all this happened? Oh, jeez.
A thermite bomb.
A
What?
You're right.
It sure is.
I like that we're all just like casually x-raying his closet and they're all getting like irradiated right now.
That little...
Wait,
Hey,
that
Shoma, what is
weren't
this?
weren't they higher before when we x-rayed it? Weren't they kind of like at chest height and now they're on the floor? Have I just already lost it? Am I crazy now?
It's a bomb. A thermite bomb.
No, at least he's honest.
I know that.
Oh, that didn't help, huh?
Then why did you ask?
Why is it here?
Because I'm terror number 2?
I made it.
You made it?
Thermite reactions are pretty simple. You can make one easily using common products.
Oh my god, it's evil MacGyver.
But why did you make it?
Well,
I filled a hat with milk and time makes fools of us all.
get revenge for my dad. I wanted to get terror.
You were going to use this on him?
Did you have a plan, or did you just think bombs were cool?
Yeah. But I guess it has no use now. Terror is dead, right?
That's why he was upset. He's like, oh, I went to all the trouble of learning how to make these bombs, and now I don't even have anyone to blow up with them.
God damn it. You just made the situation so much worse.
Let's decide what to do about that later.
I mean, I'll agree with that only in so much as, like, the world's gonna die in, like, 2 hours and we really spent too much time talking.
Right. There is a more pressing issue.
What are we going to do?
The two of them aren't going to budge.
I really don't want to do this, but if we have to use force...
No, you can't do this.
Yeah, I won't let you take Big Sis!
Annie, Shoma, that's enough.
Amame.
Big Sis.
Stop calling her Big Sis.
It's okay. I'll come back right away. Promise.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
You promise?
I promise.
Now, Mame.
Let's go.
Oh, I didn't realize Batman was here. What was that line read? Oh, we don't get a transition with every vehicle from both games? We're syncing with her again? Wait, no, that literally doesn't make any sense! No! If she knows the answer, she can just tell us! If she's cooperating with us, she can just tell us!
We left him there.
But this only makes sense if we have to apprehend her by force, but she came in willingly, so she can just tell us the information! Everyone's gonna die in like 3 hours! Actually, what was the time? I wasn't paying attention. This stupid. Hey, gang, this stupid.
Well, we had to.
We couldn't just leave the bomb unattended.
So you left Ryuki to keep an eye on things.
The bomb squad should be headed to Shoma's house right now.
I don't have, like, a tremendous amount of confidence. This only takes 6 minutes, but we had to drive here from, like, the conspicuously poor Japanese district, or whatever. Like, whatever place we're supposed to think is, like, a rat hole that he lives in. That's, like, a plot point. We had to drive all the way here instead of, like, stopping the bombs. She could have just told us. She could just tell us what to do. Just tell me the name of the movie you would like to see.
It's quite a shock, though. Amame was the one who killed Uru and Tokiko.
I mean, we don't strictly know that, but, like, probably? But, like, also logistically, that's pretty wild. Is the point of the Somnium to do that part of the exposition where we see how she killed them? Is that what this is about?
I never said that.
But she's suspicious as all hell, isn't she?
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Regardless of how suspicious she is, she should know something about the Nirvana Initiative.
When Ryuki synced into her yesterday, he didn't find anything.
Yeah, but he didn't have, like, a hive mind's worth of AI balls full of information.
Do not worry. I received the Somnium data from Tama.
Is that helpful? We've never established that that means anything before.
Because we are returning for a second time, we should be able to go deeper than we did previously.
Okay, there were literally opportunities in the first game to explore that as a thing that could be true, and we didn't do that.
All right, we're ready to go.
Start it up.
I'm sure you already know this, but the time limit inside Somnium is...
I kind of wish we could just pull our revolver real quick and just, like, blast him through the window.
Oh my god, alright already. If you say it one more time, I'm gonna sock you.
Okay, okay.
I think this is the last one in the
Let's
game.
begin.
Which makes sense because presumably she's half of a killer or whatever. We're gonna try and get this done tonight. We'll see how that goes. I don't have a good feeling about it. Yes, this is better. That's worse. I wish we could do this as Tama.
That's the TV.
Hey, it's only now occurring to me.
The quiz show, face to face.
The reason that we established that Amame is obsessed with trivia is probably because her dad is, like, famous for trivia stuff, right? Like, I really haven't bothered to care about that at all up until this point, but, like, that's why that's true, isn't it?
I am your host, Andy's Komeiji.
A quiz show.
It disappeared.
Yeah, we already did that one.
Anything. Huh?
The Mermaiden has returned.
I really don't know.
Mame?
Mizuki, the data we got from Tama might come in handy.
I somehow seriously doubt that.
It's from when Ryuki synced with Amame.
Right. When we shared information at the cathedral earlier.
I extracted the evidence data that looked promising and converted it to a more usable format.
What format?
Project this outward, and the structure of this Somnium world will waver and unveil hidden information.
Why are we... This is the end of the second game in this series. Why are we introducing this wild new mechanic all of a sudden?
In other words, if we show Mame the intel we got from Tama, we'll get a reaction.
This... Okay, fine, sure.
Yes, but not just Amame. You can use the information to target many things in this Somnium.
This is either going to be really interesting or, seemingly more likely, be incredibly confusing and frustrating.
So you're saying I can target, like, objects?
Correct.
If anything looks fishy, I'll try it out.
The details are under look. View the information there.
Look. Okay. Is that L2? Oh. I can look at them now. Key, information in sound.
According to Tama's info, in the previous sync, there was a quiz battle. This is the first stage, the scavenger quiz. Amame likes music and voices. She collected many different kinds of sounds. She became highly skilled in gaining information from sounds.
Wait, these are literally the keys from that Somnium. That's wild.
So that might mean that there's information in the sound of Mame Somnium.
During this sync, we should focus on the sound.
The right side secret is when she's hiding something. It's on the right.
This is Mame's Somnium from yesterday. Ryuki and Tama competed in a quiz battle to get this information.
I don't feel like that entire explanation is necessary.
The information is as follows. Amame was often troubled, but when in doubt, she always chose the right option. When in doubt or when needing to hide something, she chose the option on the right. Thusly, all the occult quiz answers were on the right side.
So that wasn't just by chance.
This may be a common rule in Amame's Somnium. This is information Ryuki and Tama acquired playing the Spot the Difference game in Amame's Somnium. Amame came across many wounded things, important things, the heart, blood. She carries all of that damage inside. All the correct answers were bloodied or otherwise damaged when playing the Spot the Difference game.
That's not really a clue, because the fact that one of them was bloodied was like a difference. That's not like a subtle thing. It's all about like visual appearance.
So we should look out for damaged things during the sync.
Yes, let's keep that in mind. More information we got from Ryuki regarding Mame's sink. Nirvana, collected, genocide. Amame said these words.
That has to be about the Nirvana Initiative.
Most likely.
Mame must know something.
This is the reason Ryuki decided to sink into Amame. According to the investigation, there was a high likelihood Amame saw terror when she found Komeji's body. But this has not yet been confirmed.
Yeah.
That's all of it.
Looks promising for the investigation.
Yes. Let's use this wisely.
Now, Aiba.
Got it.
Somnium scan activate. Here's her Walkman. That's torn up magazine whose significance I don't remember. Shoma's headphones? A whole mermaid. Mermaid face. $5. Oh, 6 is mermaid. Sorry, lock 8. Hello? This is an 8 lock Somnium? I beg in your pardon? This is an 8 lock Somnium? We don't have time for this. The world is over. Uncover Amame's secret. Amame knows info about the Nirvana Initiative, but for some reason she's hiding it. Use the intel you got from Ryuki to find it out. I don't like it.
8 mental locks.
More than usual.
That shows how strongly she is willing to hide her secret.
Let's try talking to her first.
Okay. Currently, Amame has a secret which she covers with a lie, blank blank. Clue list. In this Somnium, inspecting objects will make evidence appear. You can check the obtained evidence by pressing R2. This is how I die, isn't it? Not in the game, like for real? When checking something, you can select the Show Evidence option to choose evidence from among the options. I broadly understand this. I'm a little confused as to precisely what this is saying. Like, evidence will be a trigger when I inspect something, and then I can show evidence to react to the fact that I'm being prompted for evidence? It's like Phoenix Wright? Where I sure hate all the life decisions that led me up to this point.
It's Amame.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'll talk to her.
Amame, can you tell me what you know about the Nirvana Initiative?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
The same answer. It seems suspicious.
According to the info Tama gave us, she has to know something.
Would you like to show her the evidence? It might cause a reaction.
Let's show her some evidence.
Okay. Currently, Amame has a secret which she covers with a lie. When her hidden truth is uncovered, the veil of lies crumble. You sit upon a throne of lies!
It's Amame.
Show? Oh my god, I'm using a timing. I have no trust for this. We have 8 locks. We're going to be here something resembling all day, son.
How about what Amame said in yesterday's sync?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was planning to show, but sure, you can just tell me.
Details.
This is the information Ryuki got during yesterday's sync. Nirvana collected genocide. Yeah.
She has to be talking about the Nirvana Initiative.
She might be talking about the band, though.
Yes. We should show her this.
Oh, hang on. Time spent for show evidence. Here, on top of the time spent for selections, every time you use show, your time will be depleted. God, this sounds like a dumpster fire waiting to happen. When you are correct with show evidence, the current total spent time will be deleted. Who translated that? That's not helpful. Current total spent time? Look does not deplete time, so organize your information and choose wisely. It is wild that we're adding this whole mechanic on top of everything at like the 11th hour. Which I mean literally, because at noon we all die. So, yeah, what she said yesterday in the sink. I just don't trust the game. This is the correct one. Show it.
Amame, yesterday you said Nirvana, collected, genocide. Though it was in a dream.
I think Mame may have forgotten the pain she felt in a dream, and, like, maybe this wouldn't work?
You were talking about the Nirvana Initiative, correct?
It was just an internet rumor.
What site was it on?
She's not saying anymore.
I would like to keep questioning her, but I don't think we have anything that can draw more out of her.
Let's check other locations. According to Tama,
the characteristics we are looking for are something related to sound, something damaged, and right side only.
Do you think it's the Walkman? Was the Walkman actually damaged? I don't recall that happening, but it would be related to sound. Oh yeah, anime. So like, here's the thing, right? It's like, this is like rubbing all of your clues on all of the things to try and advance the game when you don't know what you're doing is like the tried and true adventure game tactic. But like, the entire premise of Somnium punishes that because of the time limit, which I know I'm always covering. It's up here in the upper right hand corner usually. It's not currently, but it normally is when it's visible. But like, it's part of like the problem I have with it is like, because it's really difficult to reason out solutions to like dream world logic in a lot of these instances. Like, it feels like trial and error is a method that you should be able to employ, but the game is like, no, you will literally lose if you do that. And then you'll have to replay like a whole half-hour thing a lot of the time. Or longer. In this case, probably longer. From a certain time, Amame blank blank. The blank blank blank.
A Volkman. A cassette tape player.
It's the one Mame always has on her.
I assume that this entire Somnium is just like constantly be using your timies. Which like is kind of not how the first game works, but is actually how like a lot of this game works. I mean, I could show evidence that, like, things that make sound are, like, significant to Amame, but I don't know what I expect that to do. I also don't know what I expect play or fast forward to do. I mean, presumably play just, like, plays that song, the song that, like, comforts her? Is that supposed to be enough to, like, calm the Amame that's in the room so she'll talk to us more? Fast forward, I can't immediately think of a reason why that would be helpful. I think I will try to play it. I don't know. The game does suggest that the evidence thing is important, but, like, if it was the only thing, why would there be other options? Also, this feels like it makes sense.
Oh, this song.
It was a gift from Gen.
Okay, she seems to be reacting to it. I think that's what I wanted?
Mame.
It has affected her emotionally, but she is still not responding. The evidence was related to sound. Why not try it on this?
What? The Volkman?
Yes, it might trigger a change.
I mean, it just feels like an arbitrary distinction, but I guess that's just what we're doing. Okay. So, I think it wants me to... Might be valuable information in sound. versus... Like, I don't think I fully understand the logic here, but I think what it wants me to do is literally just point out that this is a sound, so I will try that. Cool.
Genocide.
So she heard Terror say that?
Why?
It's Mame's voice.
Well, the
The
last
sound
part
was
is...
distorted in the beginning. I was able to make out some words.
Okay.
Oh, it disappeared.
We got the evidence. It should be fine. It's not information she got from the internet.
Let's show Mame again.
God, it's like evil Phoenix Wright. I don't know how you would ever accomplish this. From a certain time, Mame started having blank. The blank, blank, blank. How many keys are there? Is it 1,000,000? Oh, hang on. It just warped me over there. So what she said in yesterday's sync, and then person discussing Nirvana Initiative, to prove that she didn't find it on the internet, or inherit the internet. Show... from someone on a tape recorder of your memory.
Amame, you heard about the Nirvana Initiative from someone. We have an idea of who that person was, but let's set that aside for now. In any case, you couldn't forget what you heard. In your dream yesterday, you said...
You were unable to forget the pain you felt in a dream.
Nirvana, collected, genocide. Amame, answer me. What is the Nirvana Initiative?
I don't know.
The intersection between the warp and left. That's where the scene can occur.
Did we really learn about the Nirvana Initiative, or is that a line of dialogue that 6 characters have said 5 times? Find how Nyes is involved. A blank has no blank. Even so, blank blank.
Stop!
Oh no, it's the warp and the weft.
I don't know anything.
What's this?
This is Amame's defensive reaction. She really wants to hide something. However, it appears to be permeable. We are one step closer. We should continue to evaluate how she reacts to get the information we are looking for.
Let's look around. Looks like a lot changed.
We are looking for something related to sound, something damaged, and right side only.
So sound is supposed to be the tape recorder, damaged is the magazine. It's right side only. The TV we just saw were only like a right hand? Anyway, says I'm making him want to watch the Eternal Sonata Let's Play again. I'm not gonna discourage it, but that is an interesting reaction to be just constantly making that reference. It's a magazine... Wasn't it over here? No, it was over here, I guess.
It is in pieces, but I can determine that this is some kind of occult magazine. This was not here before.
Why is it in pieces?
Oh my god, Reed is 80? I hate that. I feel like pieced together is like probably what I want, and then we get a reaction from her, and then evidence? Question mark? I can't even show evidence, so I think the thing to start with here is piece together, and then maybe I can evidence? Is a verb?
A book on Nai's teachings.
Mame? Do you have some kind of connection with Nyes?
This is annoying because we had so many hints at this that if we were actual detectives, we like wouldn't have let go. but because the game wanted us to do nonsense instead, we just ignored it for several days, and they're like, wait a minute, nice?
I read about it online.
That is not possible. This information is not available online.
It's only in these trashy paper publications.
Is Amame lying?
Yes.
I wonder why the occult magazine turned into that book.
Perhaps due to this somnium, everything is presenting a false appearance, hiding its true identity.
A false appearance?
Hey Mizuki, doesn't this book look like just the right side?
Oh, can we use the evidence?
From a certain time, Amame started having recurring dreams, the blank blank blank.
Nai's teachings. Only the right side.
So now I must show evidence. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep using timies forever. That clearly seems to be correct. The right side secret. The right side is the bright side.
This is the truth?
That seems to be the case. That doll was the one in the Nai's president's office.
Oh, that's what that's supposed to be. That means that she would have been there the day before she died, or the day she died? Depending on whether it happened after midnight.
Mame, did you go to the president's office?
Well, Amame?
I always talked about it with Iris, the secret society of Nais. I was curious, so I went to seek them out.
That means she could have heard about the Nirvana Initiative from Tokiko.
Maybe it was so insane to her that it scared her, and she wanted to hide it.
If that was the reason, she could have simply told us at this point.
It's more likely that at some point she was, like, interested in it or something.
Yeah, true. There's another reason she can't tell us.
Or maybe it's more like she found out that, like, Shoma was in support of it or, like, implicated in it, and so, like, telling people about it would mean that he'd get in trouble because they're such good siblings. From a certain time, she started having recurring dreams. The people, blank blank.
Mizuki, you have 5 minutes left.
Oh, hang on. Do I need to person? I can't interact with her. Where's my map? It's probably person and not random elephant statue.
This is suspicious.
Who is it?
It's weird. The tutorial for this said that inspecting stuff would make the show evidence prompt appear, which means that in subtextual game terminology, approaching something and getting these time cost prompts is inspecting them, even though inspecting them can lead to an inspect prompt. Ditto says, let's get Iris in here. The whole Nai's thing is just her brain tumor hallucination. Wouldn't that be pretty wild if, like, this whole thing was like a simulation based on, like, Iris's brain tumor and her inability to accept reality? Like, all of this is Iris's dream, much like Chopin's dream in Eternal Sonata? Do I have evidence that reveals the identity of the person? I guess you could argue that seeing the statue means that she was near Tokiko. It's not, like, super hard proof, though. So I need two things. Probably just the two things I found?
By combining the scattered pieces of the occult magazine, it transformed into a book of Nai's teachings. The book was torn, however. Only the right side remained. The left side was nowhere to be found.
I'm curious about how she saw the book.
By showing the Nai's book the right side proof, it turned into a glass doll.
That sentence will make you dumber trying to read it.
And it was cracked.
This broken doll matches the one in the president's office.
Why does Mame know about this?
Yeah, I'm just gonna trust my instincts here and be upset when I'm wrong, but, like, probably just the two things I found out. if any of the other stuff would have gotten us here, we probably wouldn't need to find those two things. This person has to do with knives. In order to further narrow it down, it's maybe someone who had a broken glass doll.
Amame came into contact with you and subconsciously stored information related to you. The reason the doll appeared in this Somnium is because Amame went to your room, and the reason Nai's teachings were found here is because she met you, which would make you Tokiko Shigure?
The code to the basement is 4901095.
Huh?
That's the solution to the stupid multiplication puzzle the game wouldn't let you look at, but expected you to already have solved in your head.
It is Tokiko.
That's weird that that has become a clue, but okay, I accept, I guess.
We should ask her what relationship she had with Amame.
Yeah, let's show her the evidence.
Would it not be the same evidence that I just did? From a certain time, Amame started having recurring dreams. The people, what happened, blank. Give me a prompt that doesn't suck a butt. Okay, yeah, just the last three things. It's really unnecessary to... Okay, it's fine. But, like, what connects Amame to Tokiko? The things that connected her to Tokiko before, plus another thing from the same relationship. I knew about the Nice book. And a broken glass doll. And then Tokiko seems to have verbally told her the password to get into the cathedral from her office.
Amame, have you seen a book of Nai's teachings? They only exist in Nai's facilities.
And also several people's dreams and probably elsewhere. Don't think too hard about
And
it.
the broken glass doll. That was in the Nai's president's office, Tokiko's room, and you knew the access code that only Tokiko should know. What happened between you and Tokiko? Tell me everything, Amame.
Was it a pillow fight?
Well...
Or was it a birthday party? Or was it a birthday party pillow fight?
I saw everything. If you don't do as I say, I'm sure you know where this is going.
Hey, camera guy, could you pull focus back a little bit? We're in danger of clipping through Tokiko like Black Sad.
I can't run from it. I need to do it.
Investigate Amame's behavior. The question with no answer has no blank. Even so, blank blank.
I knew it. Amame was being threatened by Tokiko.
Stop! I don't know anything!
Hey, look, a bunch of stuff.
Wait. Tokiko was murdered.
What are you trying to say? Mame would never do that.
We haven't established that yet, but I'm inclined to think that while this character is definitely going to be guilty of some stuff, I don't think ultimately she will have actually done the murders. I'm not sure of that. But I feel like the game really wants me to think that, like, someone else did it. Or rather, it's trying so hard to make me think this that, like, there's a different explanation.
Tokiko had some kind of leverage over Amame. Some kind of secret. To keep her quiet. That would be motive.
No.
Oh, and one more thing.
One more thing.
Date was explaining this at the Enda household earlier. Amame has motive to kill Terror as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Her father was killed by Terror.
Andy's Komeiji.
The Minecraft man. Don't care about this. Body
This
bag?
is exactly how he was found.
That's like it says, maybe Tokiko knew who Amame's brother was. That was the big secret. Wouldn't that be funny? Even though they act like everyone should know that, she's like, no, don't tell people that he's my brother, then people will know my dad is the Minecraft man.
So his body is inside the bag.
The files are in the computer. So there was only, like, half of him. I have a 1/5 timing and something that's not divisible by 5. That makes me suspicious this isn't where I should start. Let me try looking at that table coat.
It is a jacket belonging to Andes Komeiji.
Why would I want to smell my father's coat? And this also isn't divisible by 5. Is there a reason why smelling would be important? Listening might be important because that's like an Amame dream clue. I think I'm more likely to find information checking the pockets. Question mark.
Huh. There is something here.
Is it a banana?
A receipt from a discount supermarket.
Aha. Clearly, he was buying Todoroki Man chocolates while someone was stealing a van or something.
Cream Everest Flan. Super sweet heartburn cafe au lait. Blood sugar raising super chocolate donut.
That doesn't feel like a good name for the donut. I don't feel like you want to draw attention to the fact that the donut will slowly kill you. It's just like a thing that we accept to be true and pretend isn't true. The clue is Komeiji liked sweets. Oh, and it's gone, so that's all the information there is. I got a equals 4-second timey? That sounds bad to me.
This is from 6 years ago.
It's the sign that was stabbed into Jin Furue's body. The QR code leads to the ViewCube video. It was linked to the QR video.
And why do I... Equals 4 seconds? I feel like I should hold on to equals 4 seconds, but I don't want to spend, like, forever on this. It's also not clear which of these... I mean, the QR code is more likely to be something that affected her, right? It's also cheaper to do.
It takes me to the QR video page.
Alright, that didn't help at all. Let me go back over here.
A body bag.
I was told to observe her behavior, so maybe I'm supposed to open the bag first and see her response? I don't know what evidence... I guess the evidence I would show is that it's like half of a thing, but I'm not... clueless. I don't think his Komeiji liked sweets. That's his corpse. That feels like a weird connection. It's not sound. I think it might just want right side secret, but that doesn't... It just happens to be... the right side, right? The significance of right and left is a lot less clear when the DNA time helix applies. Memory in wound. He is sort of a wounded/damaged thing. If you find something, air quotes, damaged in Somnium, you should inspect it.
A body bag.
I mean... okay. What evidence can we get from the body bag? I think wound is more appropriate. Sure. No. So then right side? Awesome. I can't leave this screen? So that means I must have what I can do, right? If I can't leave the screen, it implies that I have to have something that lets me progress, right? Based on this list, I feel like I've already guessed. No, wait a minute. I guess she saw Terror, like, at the same time that her dad's body showed up at the studio? I don't know if I have to go
Terror's
back.
Iron Mask.
6 years ago, at the studio, I saw them. I was trying to untie Ryuki, and they came in, pushing a stretcher. So I ran. But they got me. Next thing I knew, I had a gun pointed at me.
As Ryuki suspected, Amame had contact with Terror, Uru. At that time, she probably did not realize that inside the body bag was Komeji's corpse. But when Ryuki regained consciousness, Amame saw it, and
she realized the man in the iron mask she saw was the person who killed him.
Yes.
Question with no answer has no right or wrong. Even so, blank.
You have about 4 minutes left.
It's probably not as much as I want. Where are them headphones at?
Shoma's headphones.
Oh, I have a extremely bad multiplier, huh? Even though I chose the right thing ultimately? That's cool. I love that for me. I don't know that I've seen anything smaller than 8 seconds, so I think I'll go ahead and put on these headphones.
There is no point in me putting them on. Perhaps we should put it on this.
What?
Shoma's headphones.
What? What do you mean, perhaps we should put it on this with no antecedent? What do you mean by that? Show evidence because it is sound? It's not right side secret because it has both halves. It's not damaged or wounded. It's not the entrance code to the cathedral. It doesn't have to do with Tokiko. It's not that her dad liked sweets. I don't know how this is evidence.
"6 years ago, when she discovered Komeji's body, she came in close contact with Terror. Terror entered with Andy's Komeji's body on a stretcher. Naturally, Amame recognized this person as the killer of her father. According to the footage that was on TV, Amame was being threatened by Tokiko. Tokiko knew Amame's secret and was trying to get her to do something. Amame had a determined look on her face as she said she needed to do that something.
I mean, it does seem logical that Shoma was involved in this. It's still not clear what that is. I guess this is how we might find out. So then, found the first instinct? Just some of this feels arbitrary.
Huh. I can hear something.
Didn't even seem to be making a sound before that would have made that clearer. Literally, when you try putting it on, she's like, I won't.
I'm gonna borrow this. I'm
Oh.
sorry.
So she was the one who stole his robot to place Jin's corpse? No. The other half of Uru, right? Question mark? to present day 0, February 10th. The body found on the football field. Someone used Shoma's robot. It's probably her.
Shoma's robot.
Mame took Shoma's robot with her?
I used it to go shopping.
That's a lie. Where's Mori Povich? That's a lie.
That's it.
Is it indicating that the trident is a clue?
The center circle at the stadium. It is highly likely that it was that monowheel robot that carried Uru's body there.
Right, but without using the slicer, it's impossible. Mame didn't know that the slicer was in the basement of Horodori Institute.
Well, I agree that's not likely. What are you basing that assumption on? Just probability? You sound like you've determined it to be true.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, this is definitely how I die. Lord, this does appear to be a clue.
It's an orichalcum trident.
Stab Iron Mask or show to Mame. I don't know. I mean, it did show us the trident and then the mask. I feel like this Somnium, for the most part, is not actually trying to trick us. It's like trying to be relatively straightforward. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt and suggest that the thing that it implied is the correct response? She'll appreciate your dedication of Poseidon if you show her the trident. I'm really disappointed that, like, we don't get that element of Amame, like, at all in this game. Like, really, at all. You see her, like, in the real-world cafe, like, one time, and, like, she's not able to speak and is, like, having a panic attack, like...
Why?
Well...
I want to avoid pointless actions right now. Please understand.
But that still made it go away.
Huh?
Need wrench for some reason?
The iron mask. It's broken in half, down the middle.
It is the left side. Or, depending on how you look at it, the right side of the wearer. Indeed, let's call it the right eye side.
Well, the trick here is we could show evidence that it is, like, wounded or only right half. It's probably one of the two, but it's kind of both, so I don't know how you would decide... Oh, that's weird, they've started getting rid of some of my clues, like an adventure game that's really long. Hey, I know, why don't we call it Poplars?
This is the statue at Horodori Institute?
It appears that way. That's not good news. Why did the door open?
Everyone's off about it at first glance. There's gotta be something.
So, like, there's a weird point when Mizuki goes underground to find the giant bread cutter that she says she thought she heard something, but, like, Aiba didn't detect a person there. And I thought that whole exchange was really suspicious. And for a while, I thought that pointed to, like, someone using the robot, or Terror having, like, a robot duplicate, or Terror being a robot, like, piloted by someone. But I don't know how it is. Maybe Amame's mermaid outfit is made entirely out of tungsten, and thus would not be detectable by Aiba.
We should search this place.
This is weird. God, we're gonna be here forever. Something will take forever. I've made such bad decisions.
I heard something.
I think you're just hearing things.
Oh, she just didn't get close enough to be scanned, I guess? That feels like a less than satisfying explanation, but okay.
It is a little past 12 a.m. on the 13th. This is the conversation that was held in the basement of Horodori Institute.
But Tuxedo Mask was there and not Mizuki, so this is like new information to Mizuki, unless we did a real deep dive in the hive mind in the cathedral. God, every sentence I say now makes me sound like an absolute lunatic.
So, what we were hearing was Mame?
If she was not present, this conversation would not have played.
So she was coming to retrieve Tokiko's body, right?
Amame knew how to get to the basement. I suppose she was headed there on that day too. But she heard your voices and scrambled to hide.
Even though there were like a bunch of people patrolling and she easily would have been caught. The security in that building is questionable.
Why?
That's where Tokiko's left half was, correct?
Mm-hmm. Basement of Horodori Institute. We got cellular service down there.
Are you accusing me?
Makes sense in context. That's like an incredibly nice thing for you to say, I think, Angelic Dirt, as someone who's only watched like 2 hours worth of this game and can somehow make sense of that. Well, the whole restaurant is sort of in the angry void now. And we're like not even a little bit close to finishing the Somnium.
I think you have an idea of what Amame did. Mizuki. Hey, Mizuki.
Yeah.
Mizuki, you're an Abyss investigator. You need to face the truth.
The tagline for this game is "Truth is an illusion."
I know. I'll do this.
Just putting that out there. This is just the 3rd of 8 locks. Question with no answer has no right or wrong. Even so, blank still dwells on blank. Is that first really long blank just Amame? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 of these seem like incredibly relevant, but I need 5. But I can't leave the screen, so I must have all 5. So... threatened by Tokiko is like a motive. There's more information to share. Are they in sequence? Am I able to deduce that the password is the last one, which was most likely true anyway, but somehow Komeiji liking sweets could have made her the killer? You saw the murderer? Oh, that one goes first. She definitely borrowed that robot. She knows about the bread cutter. I mean, it's a code, I guess? Not totally... Wow, that's 30 seconds, huh?
You killed Uru to get revenge for your father, correct? But Tokiko saw you and blackmailed you. You killed her to keep her quiet.
It's certainly plausible. There's just something really weird to me about Tokiko's action in that explanation. Just like... I don't know. Tokiko is definitely inherently kind of weird, but like... Don't you think she would like do something about it instead of just like what's... Blackmail just feels like a really weird reaction to that. Like, you killed my adopted son, who was going to help my cult break the virtual reality we live in. Shame on you! Do me a favor! And maybe I won't get you arrested. Like, it just doesn't feel like the correct response. It seemed more natural that it would have something to do with, like, Shoma.
Then, you left Tokiko's right half in the president's office, and the left half remained in the basement of Horodori Institute.
You're not so smart. So many mistakes.
Well, isn't that
I need to carry it.
something? That's some sort of thing? I don't know what to make of that yet. Choose an answer. That's okay. That's an interesting prompt given where we've started, where we're going, where we are. A question with no answer has no right or wrong. Even so, blank still dwells on what could have been. That key's getting weirder all the time.
Mommy.
I mean, she's definitely gone, like, stereotypical, like, Japanese killer who has snaps. I'm inclined to agree. They're not true, Critwitch. We can tell that they're not good things that we're meant to gather from that. There's implications I haven't quite wrapped my head around just yet.
Mommy, what's wrong?
I just remembered a very funny Garfield cartoon.
We're wrong, right? You didn't kill anyone, did you? Please, tell me you didn't do it.
Shut up. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Mommy.
What would you have done? Can you honestly say you wouldn't do the same? Really? You always make the right decision?
Nah, definitely not.
You don't know anything. Don't talk to me like you understand!
This place is...
somewhere else. You know, when you think about it, if Andy's Komeiji hadn't taken that body, like, none of this would have happened. Like, Amame wouldn't have had to try to hide the body. Komeiji wouldn't have been killed for taking the body. She wouldn't have sworn vengeance against Uru and something Tokiko. Like, I already didn't like the Minecraft man, but this was all pretty preventable.
The Enda household.
So yeah, this is when he was like, my bad, I took half a body.
I'm sorry. We're getting a divorce.
What are we going to do then?
I hate to ask you to do this, but you need to choose which of us you'd like to stay with.
Wow.
You want me to choose, like, right now?
Well, you actually have 6 minutes. Don't ask me why. It's just the amount of time you have to do all things important.
I'm sorry. It's all your daddy's fault.
Yeah, you know, something Tokiko. I mean, we saw that she was sort of merged with Uru. I'm a little unclear as to, like, whether Tokiko died early. Like, it's just, there's some ambiguity about the time frame. But, like, something Tokiko.
I wasn't making money. I caused trouble for your mother. I'm really sorry.
Which is worse to lose? The father or mother?
I mean, in this case, probably the mother. Because your father is Andy's Komeiji. You know that, right?
What?
Which is worse to lose? The father or mother?
Why was Mizuki's reaction to that so strong? That honestly doesn't seem like some outrageous question to ask in the circumstance.
I suppose she's asking you to answer the question like she had to.
The mother, because she stayed with the mother.
I chose to go with Mom. But if I chose Dad...
Also, it was the right option.
I'm going with you, Dad. You need my help, so I need to look after you.
Thank you, Amame. I'm so glad to hear that.
If I chose my dad, I wonder how my future would have been different.
Ah, this is the key we've been unlocking. because we unlock keys in this game, because we don't really understand cause and effect, if that hasn't been made abundantly clear.
I'm going with Mom. Mom works really hard. She needs my help.
That's true, isn't it? You need to take care of your mom.
I love your comedy, Dad. I'm always on your side.
Unless you steal, like, half a body and then get yourself killed by a serial killer and ruin my whole life with your decision.
Thank you. Daddy's gonna do his best. Just you watch.
Okay, 4 down. 4 to go. Good grief. Wow, we're really streamlining this one, huh? Choose an answer. Answer! Will the next one just be ANS? A question with no answer has no right or wrong. Even so, a mame still dwells on what could have been. The big blank really was just a mame.
She must feel guilt for her decision. But she did nothing wrong.
In this case, that's a valid statement, as opposed to being like, he did a crime because I told him. He didn't do anything wrong.
I can understand that would bother her.
Where are we dropping?
Next? You got a prize at a contest? That's amazing, Shoma. It was always your dream to make a robot. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Was it also his dream to make bomb?
It'll be a good memory. This might be my last time.
Last time? Why?
I used so much money to make that robot.
And then she just stole it.
Dad wanted a new outfit for work.
Oh my god.
I've been putting it off.
Much like Ota in the last game, the more we learn about Minecraft Dad, like, the absolute worst he is. Like, is he supposed to be a sympathetic character? I honest to God, feel like he might be the main villain in this game. And I know that's sort of absolving, like, 2 serial killers? Although, admittedly, one of those serial killers was generated directly from his own actions, to be fair. But, like, Uru was a victim, and I understand why he was damaged and where he came from. Minecraft Dad just kind of sucked.
I can't be asking for stuff for my robots.
I see.
Answer.
If I work after school and on weekends, I can make like 100,000 yen a month, maybe. With that money, I can buy robot parts and a new outfit for Dad.
You're here for the interview, right? You want to work the night shift?
Yes. I want to make a lot of money.
For Poseidon. For Poseidon, right?
How old are you? If you're in high school, I can't make you work late.
Huh? Be truthful and be poor. Or lie and make money. Which would you choose?
That was in her other Somnium, wasn't it? It's definitely lie and make money, especially in the context.
Another question.
It's gonna be on the right. It's not.
I lied in order to work.
That's weird. Why was that not on the right?
But if I didn't... I see. Okay. Well, the other jobs were too low paying. But I have some free time, so I'll come home and eat dinner. If we cook at home, it would save money, right?
You don't have to do that, but I think Dad would be happier about seeing you than the money.
Oh, Amame. I didn't know you were here.
Welcome home, Dad. If I saw my dad more...
I feel like if I was a psychologist, I could learn so much about Uchikoshi the man by studying the relationships between parents and children from these games, particularly the Somnium Files games.
Would I have noticed his problems? It's okay. I'm 20 years old.
You look so young.
I exfoliate daily.
Well, the more popular you are, the more you get paid, so good luck.
Okay, thank you.
So this half of the Somnium appears to be a trivia quiz about Amame. That's the Somnium I'm prepared to succeed at. Indeed, parents are a crapshoot. That continues to be true, Angelic Dirt. Choose is suspiciously similar to answer, but let's proceed.
She wanted to work, even if it meant lying about her age.
I feel like that's reductive, but accurate.
No, she needed to work.
That's more accurate and less reductive.
She really cares about her family.
You shouldn't have squished her Walkman and killed her dad. Choose answer, answer choose.
Oh, Amame. Sorry to call you so late.
It's fine, I just finished work. Are you okay?
What?
I was watching that one show on my phone. Face to Face. It got pretty crazy.
That's like a little bit of an understatement.
Right. That. I'm okay.
Oh, you mean the corpse? Yes! Yeah, that wasn't ideal.
I did see half a corpse, but...
I did see half a corpse, but like, no big deal.
You sound upset. Should I come see you? You want me to be with you, right? That's why you called.
No, that's not it.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, don't worry about me. You be careful too. It can be dangerous out there at night.
I'm gonna go see Dad. I need to support him.
What?
Mommy, what should I do? I'm scared.
Oh, Iris. You were there too, right?
I'm assuming you were eavesdropping on that conversation I had with my dad, and thus you know the context of you were there too.
Yeah, I saw the dead body. So can we meet right now?
Now?
Pretty sure. Do I know for sure who she would have seen? I imagine it was Iris. I feel like I should know this, but it would have been so long ago that I can't remember specifically. I mean, like, the morning afterwards, she was definitely hanging out with Iris. Because the game show happened at night, right?
Please, I want you to be here.
Yeah, they really skimped on Iris in this game, which is, like, probably for the best, but it's kind of surprising after how much Iris there was in the first game.
What would you do if your best friend and your family asked for help at the same time, and you could only choose one?
I like to call this the Green Goblin dilemma. I think she picked Iris. Like, I think the point is that she feels like she let her dad down, even though he's the scum of the earth.
I chose my best friend.
Okay, I got it right.
But if I went to go see my dad... Iris, I'm really sorry, but I need to go see someone. He needs my help. I need to be there for him.
Okay, I'll be fine. I understand. I'm sorry to ask you for such a weird thing out of the blue.
Japan. Apologizing for asking for help after a traumatic event and calling it just... It's so weird that I, like, wanted support. I'm so sorry how awkward that is.
I can stay on the line, though. I'll be listening.
Don't sniff, Mom, eh?
Mommy, thank you.
If I went to see Dad, maybe he wouldn't have died.
Really strongly, powerfully doubt that. Here's how it really happened. Oh, no, we're skipping that this time? Sure, why not? Oh, no, we are doing it. We just had a...
I'll be right there.
Just had a really pointless interlude.
Iris, where are you now?
Thanks, Mommy.
Stop sniffing Mame, it's inappropriate. And to lock 6 down. Alright, we've gone from choose to choose! Now it is time for us to do the choosing.
Amame regrets this, too.
Mommy.
A much lower percentage of the Somnium has to do with the evidence showing than I had guessed based on the tutorial.
The book.
I don't want to read this.
This world is only a simulation. You could have been saved by this truth, but oh well.
Oh well.
I'm going to
darn.
tell you what I told you in the basement again. I saw everything that you did. If you don't want me to reveal what I know, do as I say.
What are you going to make me do?
On the night of the 12th, I will use the slicer to take my own life.
Well, okay then. From another character, I'd be skeptical of this, but with Tokiko, my response is, well, okay then.
What?
No.
Tokiko killed herself?
I mean, we did already have the weird, seemingly pointless detail that Tokiko had tried to kill herself once before. So I guess she made peace with the concept. Particularly if she felt like it advanced the Nirvana Initiative.
Afterward, I want you to take my right half to the president's office.
You could literally say, to this desk behind me. I feel like that's a little more straightforward.
Leave my body on the desk. Use the hidden elevator when coming here. I will explain how to use it later.
And that's how she got the
I
code.
will tell you about the master key and access code.
Why do I...
That's not all. There is more I need you to do.
One more thing!
You know what will happen if you decline, don't you?
Which do you choose? Have your biggest secret spilled? Or be part of some dangerous plan?
This is actually really interesting. Some of these I don't remember as specifically, as clearly, but these choices, like this one, and the, like, tell the truth and be poor or lie and make money, those were definitely in her other Somnium. I think at least several of those questions are these same ones we're being asked now, which is interesting. But, like, obviously be part of the evil plan. Part of plan.
I had to obey. I had to do what she said.
Had to obey my thirst. She was Sprite after all.
I understand. I can't run from it. I need to do it.
So, like, here's the logistical problem, other than all the other problems, like how Uki and gross this is. The person blackmailing her just told her she was going to kill herself. What remaining leverage does she have upon her own death? This has not been established. Gaslark says the last question will be about poo-flavored curry or curry-flavored poo. That does seem like the most important thing to take away from this Somnium. I think you're right about that. I'll say this. This is like nearly the platonic ideal of what Somnium can be. And sometimes it is annoying how very much off this mark some of the Somniums are. But I appreciate the fact that the last one is this one. At least I'm fairly certain this is the last one. Choose, choose, choose! Choose! Choose, choose! I don't know the right inflection. I'm not actually an actor. Nor am I a scientist cutting things in half or whatever insane thing I said in a previous stream. I think he said, I'm not a scientist of cutting things in half at the molecular level.
This is it.
Mizuki.
Man, they really gotta screen these Tinder profiles.
Yes, this world is an imperfect one.
Sarah says,
Through much
choo-choos.
hardship.
What's the thing from the Simpsons episode with the Valentine's Day card? I choose you.
But it's all a simulation after all. As long as I can reach Moksha, all will be well.
I mean, you gotta give credit where it's due. That's definitely a glass more than half full approach.
Teachings of Nais are absolute, as is the prophecy.
But like, did she kill him? It makes more sense to me for her to have killed him, if anyone. But like, I still sort of struggle to see how that happened.
Hey, can I ask one thing?
Hey, real quick, did you happen to kill a man whose genetic structure was Minecraft?
Yes.
Are you really Terror?
He's very tall. She's like normal-ish height, isn't she?
Yes, I am. What of it?
Do you remember what happened on February 13th, 6 years ago?
Of course. I will never forget. That was the fateful day I met you.
See, I was right. He was in love with her all along. Somehow that hasn't actually factored into the plot in any relevant way up until now.
You were a witness to history. You are worthy to know our ideals.
Got that spooky face from Tokiko, huh?
Which is why I invited you here. Enough about the past. Let's talk about the future.
Then she kills him?
A ViewCube video will soon be made public. Nirvana X. Many people will watch it. Those who see it will collect in a predetermined location.
Why?
The first step for all mankind to reach Moksha.
The Moksha pit. It's like a mosh pit, but you find eternal enlightenment?
I want to share the excitement with as many people as possible. At this important place. The intersection between the warp and weft. That's where the scene can occur.
I know that this line of dialogue has been said like 42 times during the playthrough of this game. For some reason, my brain definitely auto-corrected that to this is where the scam can occur, and I feel like that's like equally valid. It says, hey, can I ask you one question? Just like while you're here, would you tell me the null number?
And the Nirvana Initiative will become reality.
Just like real quick, just like the null number?
What he did.
I as upsetting as it is, I like the work they did on this expression. It's very evocative.
I saw what he did. He came to the studio with a corpse on a stretcher.
This is magnificent. Don't you think so?
Hey, buddy, would you like some sliced bread?
Why? Why do you just laugh about it? The daughter of the man you killed is right here.
He like a psycho though.
Right in front of you. He killed my dad. Over some stupid teachings and prophecy.
And he probably squished my Walkman
He
too.
ruined Shoma's life and mine. It's all his fault. All of it.
Someone important was hurt in front of me. Make the person apologize or get revenge.
Gonna go out on a limb here. I don't think that Terror apologized, is my guess. What happens if you don't have enough time, like at this awkward point in Somnium? Oh, that's the wrench. Why did you have a wrench? I'm gonna guess it was Shoma's wrench that she carries around because she loves her brother so much or something?
It's all your fault.
Son some of the details here are a little hazy, but I'm guessing that, like, she was sort of implicated in the Nirvana Initiative because she did what Tokiko asked. And so, like, Terror thought she should be, like, brought into it because he fell in love with her, and so he brought her to the secret hideout, and then this happened, probably. Neko says she was putting a wrench in his plans. Very good.
I'm going to make you suffer the same pain.
Uru will remember this. Wait, which game are we playing? Is this a Telltale game?
Regardless of the motive, Amame committed a serious crime. That cannot be overlooked.
It does feel a little silly that she's dressed as the mermaid now.
But this is just too much. If she never got involved, it wouldn't have happened.
If only she chose her father over her mother. If only she saw him more.
That feels like
He
a
might
wild
still
stretch.
be alive. If she never ran into him again. If she didn't follow him. She may not have killed Uru. If that didn't happen, Tokiko wouldn't have used her. But there are no ifs in this world.
Unless someone goes ahead and gives me that
You
null
can
number.
agonize over it all you want. But you cannot go back and change your path.
Dude, I was gotten super preachy in this game for some reason.
That is the truth of this existence.
I chose this path. I had to choose this path.
I don't know, man. I don't know what jury convicts Amame.
Feel guilty.
But I also don't actually know how the Japanese legal system works, because I don't think Phoenix Wright is actually accurate.
I did what was best for me. I don't care if people attack me for it. I have no regrets. I have no regrets.
Mommy.
You did it! Hooray! Good grief. Choose, choose, choose! Choosy moms choose murdering Uru out of vengeance. Jif Peanut Butter's gotten super weird. Hey, we actually have time left over. Go us. 20 seconds, but sure. All is right in the world! What a name for that trophy! Wow, 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 wow. Your point is valid, Ditto, although I think only the first game actually mentions it. Maybe at the very start of this game they mentioned that, like, sinking isn't admissible in a court of law. But they do make the point in the first game. Alright, like the entire cast is here. Whoops. Alright, let's find that sweet save point. Because we've been streaming for a few minutes. There's a silent joke just for the astute viewers.
I think I understand. Uro Samazuki, Terror, was killed by you, Mame. And Tokiko wasn't killed.
I mean, you argue. Close enough.
She set herself up on the slicer and took her own life. But I'm still not clear on some things.
That's such a profound understatement.
Will you talk to us?
Give me the save box. Give it to me. Yes. Oh man, we're gonna get some stuff done tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific, let me tell you. Hi, it's me, Big Vasco. What did we just do? What just happened? I find that I like Amame's story, despite it being really dark and tragic, because I find it to be really relatable. Not that it's, like, aspirational, but, like, it's emotionally honest in a way that I appreciate. I feel like it highlights that this game's strength is its characters and not its overall story. Because, like, the Amame part of the story is fairly straightforward and holds up under its own weight. But, like, so much of the rest of what's going on is truly maddening. Like, holy crap, man. You feel a little cleansed, actually. That's good. There's definitely revenge involved. We just sign ourselves up for therapy. Bread seems concerned about the Banana Man. I mean, isn't the bread concerned about everything? As someone pointed out earlier, like, Mommy screams that she has no regrets despite, like, her entire existence throughout the course of this game, and those 6 years that are implied, like, all being solely made out of regrets entirely. Yeah, right? And, like, Uru is a character I like a lot, too. It's, like, there's definitely something effective going on when I relate to the killer characters, but, like, it's kind of similar to the last game with, like, Oda and his parents. There's, like, a weird implication that, like, somehow all of this is Amame's responsibility for not choosing to spend time with her dad, even though he's, like, kind of a deadbeat and just, like, generally sort of a crappy person. And it's, no, I put that blame on him. Like, he made his own adult decisions. Like, as I was saying before, if he doesn't steal that half of a body from Terror, then, like, he doesn't get involved. And Amame doesn't get involved. That choice is, like, way more critical than her, like, not going to visit her dad that one time. Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I think, broadly speaking, like, the story of the first game was, like, pretty clever and poorly executed, as I've said many times now. But, like, I think that this game has a sort of a clever idea, but at some point, the people working on it sort of realized how difficult it would be to actually pull it off. And so, instead of, like, putting in the hard work to really, like, tie up the loose ends and make it clean and make it make sense and make it, like, good, they revel in the things that they think should be clever and then just kind of leave it there out on the dance floor. Yeah, we're at almost 5 hours. Oof. Big oof. Only I had known that was an 8-lock Somnium, but I have no regrets! No regrets! No regrets! Yeah, we'll talk more about this. It's been a long stream. I don't want to go on and on and on and on about it. Yeah, right? They don't, like, it's very, like, again, it feels, there's, like, parallels. They're not quite the same. But, like, in the last game, you, like, learn about the situation with, like, Oda's mom. And they're like, well, obviously we had to hold on to this diner that we couldn't afford because it had sentimental value. And so we put ourselves, like, into inconceivable amount of debt, but that wasn't our fault. And then, like, kind of the same thing with Komeiji, where he's just like, I'm so wildly irresponsible with money that, like, I had to do a bunch of illegal stuff that then forced me to do something even sketchier and also illegal. It's like, yeah, no, that's still kind of, like, your fault, though, right? It's, like, kind of... Yeah, Demolition says, if Komeiji had reined in most of his spending, would the game turn out differently? Yes, however, Aiba, who's now super preachy, would like us to believe that it's Amame's fault. Just because she ended up actually killing Uru. And I'm not trying to say that she didn't do a crime, but again, the way I would sort of put it is like, I don't know a jury that convicts her on that one. She killed a psychopathic serial killer who killed her father and stopped him from killing more people. Like, I feel like the jury's gonna be sympathetic on that one. So here's all right. There's the Chad is asking how the prediction turns out. So this is a tough one. I don't think that this is clear cut. Regrettably, I think that realistically, I broke when the game tried to hand wave Lien secretly unlocking the entrance to the cathedral. Cause like I couldn't handle how stupid that was. Like I just as Demolition loves to point out, which vexes me to no end, I got mad enough that like my microphone would no longer pick up my audio. Which is like not a good sign. And because of this, I feel that I must say that choose outcome rage. Complete prediction. So sorry to those affected thusly. But I think that's fair. I think that's one of the easiest ways to tell when we've gone wrong. So we will talk more in depth about the plot tomorrow. It's possible after this fairly long stream that we have a good shot at finishing tomorrow. We'll find out. Either way, we will be back at 6 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow in order to keep playing through the end of the game and see where that goes, which will probably make me insane. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and find that secret Squirtle super quick. I know a couple people made guesses. Hit me with them one more time, baby, because I am not scrolling back through that discussion to find them. So, hit me up. It is rare that I finish the entire juice on stream. Also not typically a good sign. No, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I feel like my being upset with the game at that point was entirely valid. So, like, it's just a matter of whether or not am insane. And answer, regrettably, yes. Okay. So, I see guesses of... Holding up our Ninja Turtle. Lorenzo. Good guess. Behind... Other Squirtles, similar guess, couple Baymaxes, and Treasure Grub. Let's all go to the lobby. I don't know why lately I can only make references and not converse like a human. I don't know what this game did to me, but it did something. Okay, so I think the very first guess that I saw, I asked everyone to repeat it, was Ice Bunny guessing Baymax, like as soon as I went big screen. Here's Baymax. He was holding up... I don't know if you've seen this one, Ice Bunny, but I feel like you would appreciate it. Look at our little bunny friend. You didn't find a squirrel, but you did find a bunny. That's pretty good, right? Got them Lorenzo guesses, those sweet Lorenzo guesses. Now, I'll show you that there's nothing behind our new friend Lorenzo. But he's big enough to conceal the entirety of Brown Bear, which tells you a little bit something about those two buddies. Unfortunately not Squirtle. And then the other guess... Oh, we got Treasure Grub hiding behind this good friend. Is our old pal Dr. Cinderagon. It's a red and gold dragon of some somber expression. And then someone had guessed holding up this Ninja Turtle might be a secret Squirtle. And you know what? There you go. That was indeed the location of our secret Squirtle. I'm impressed that someone guessed that, because I almost never hide the Squirtle with the Ninja Turtle. And when I thought about that today, that's when I chose the hiding place. Is the bunny a Smashmallow? Yes, it is a very small, because they make them in various different sizes. It's a Squishmallow. You should check it out. The name is Robin. I think it's spelled R-O-B-Y-N. I'll check that for you. The Secrets Portal. Yeah, you can see it's got, I mean, it's going to be reversed because I have the camera reversed. But it's Squishmallow tag, and it's really hard to read, but it's R-O-B-Y-N-E. Yeah, so congratulations to Ditto. I think Ditto was the only person I saw make that guess. But Smashville seems unnecessarily violent. Hey man, sometimes you play a game like Nirvana Initiative and you gotta smash something. Oh, you should definitely get it for your niece for Christmas. It's a very good... It does have the bunny butt. It doesn't sort of have the cotton white color to it, but it does have the bunny butt, which is important. Anyway, thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks for hanging in there. It's been another long stream. This time we're front-loading our super long one instead of doing it on the back end like last game. Like I said, I'm kind of hoping we can finish tomorrow. I might run a little long like I did tonight. This time it was just because I wanted to do the Somnium and I didn't know it would be quite that much of an ordeal. We'll see how it plays out tomorrow, but maybe we'll finish the game. And if so, God help us all. There's going to be a lot of points, channel points at stake in that one, because we run a really high risk of losing our minds, or at least I do. But for now, thanks everybody for watching, thanks for being here, thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Until I do, take care, hope everybody has a great time until then, whether it's just 24 hours, or, you know, however long it takes you to watch the next part on YouTube. Whatever that means to you, I appreciate your patronage, and look forward to seeing you again. Take care.